Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the second day of this conference. I hope you recovered after the dinner. I'm not too sure I did it completely, but in the morning, I'm sure we will. Today we are dealing with two subjects which are kind of very interesting for me. I'm very much interested in the oil spill, as I've been extensively working on this. So I'm very interested in hearing what you're going to tell me today. And in the afternoon, we are dealing with search and rescue, which is a matter quite new for me. So I'm curious even more in this case. I will be, as I did yesterday, moderating the day and try to help you to be tight and in time, despite we have already a couple of 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes delay. And this morning, as a rapporteur, we have Mrs. Stefania Ciliberti. Okay, hi there. So I think I can, as soon as possible, leave the word and leave the floor to Mr. Gabino Gonzalez from the REMPEC. Can you hear me?
Hardly, but I understood you were talking to me.
Okay, so please, we are keen on hearing your presentation. Remember, you have like 12 minutes for the presentation and maybe 3 minutes for 1 or 2 questions, if possible.
All right. So, good morning, everyone. Just to make sure that you hear me, if you can confirm. Do you hear me properly?
Yes. Yes, we do.
All right.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm sorry not to be able to be there to present this presentation. I would have loved to go and meet you all and also enjoy Lecce, but at least will be present through the web. So my presentation is to introduce the use of operational oceanographic tools to prevent and respond to oil spills in the Mediterranean region. So we'll briefly introduce REMPEC and the use of those tools in the Mediterranean region through the agreement we've signed with Museo. So first of all, the REMPEC is the Regional Marine Pollution Emergency Center for the Mediterranean Sea. It was established in Malta in 1977. It is a center which is governed by 2 international entities, the International Maritime Organization, which you can see on the left side of the screen, and the United Nations Environment Programme. So basically, we are supporting countries in the Mediterranean region to implement international convention related to IMO convention, such as the OPSC convention, which is related to preparedness and response and cooperation to marine pollution. So this is part of the response to marine pollution. And other conventions such as MARPOL, which aim at preventing pollution from ships. We will see some illustration of what we do in this area. And in the other side, we are established under the framework of the Barcelona Convention, which has several protocols, and we work on the protocol, the Prevention and Emergency Protocol, which deal with these 2 matters. One of the main point which assists us in using oceanographic operational tools in the region has been through the agreements with Mongoose under the Mediterranean Assistance Unit, which is a service provided to Mediterranean coastal states in case of emergency, which they can activate either remotely or sending experts on sites, and Moongoose is one of the Mediterranean Assistance Unit. We have also an agreement with a center in France, Sèvres, to provide technical assistance with Federchimica, in particular for HMS response, with Sea Alarm for all wildlife response. But the one with Moongoose, as listed in this slide, and as we will see in the following slide, aims at sharing information and outputs between the two organizations, REMPEC and the member of Moongoose. The use of Moongoose experts in activities implemented by REMPEC, such as training, workshops, and for the support of the development or revision of contingency plans, collaboration in assisting the Mediterranean coastal states in case of emergency, for the development of projects in view of preventing operational pollution from ships, collaboration in developing the Moon network, and this is done in our regular meeting, training and so on. We invite, when we deal with the matter of operational oceanographic tools, we invite the countries to join Moongoose. And also the last point is the development of oil risk maps for the Mediterranean region. So the following slide will illustrate all these points in concrete matter. This slide shows an operation which was carried out in 2009, coordinated by France with the support of REMPEC. It was aimed at using different tools, aerial means, satellite images, AIS, and in-casting oil slip models to identify polluters, illicit discharges from ships, which is one of the problems in the region. And it was carried out during 2 days with several hours of overflight in a particular area. It was between France, Italy, and Spain, which provided the aircraft. And the use of the operational oceanographic tool was mainly to incast, once we identified the slip at sea, we used the incasting model to cross-check with the AIS data, which is the automatic information system to which is emitted by the ships, and as such we could identify the potential polluter and then send either the aircraft to confirm the presence of the ship, and further on the Coast Guard to eventually arrest the ship and inspect the ship itself. So it was a success, and it was renewed last year in another region, still in the Mediterranean. And this is something which is carried out in other regions also, and is reducing this type of illicit discharge. The cooperation is also during national exercise. As you know, each country has to organize national oil spill response exercises. And since the signature of this agreement in 2008, we cooperated in many occasions and provided forecasting models in the framework of these national exercises. The latest one was in Malta in last year. We also provided specialized training on the use of forecasting models. We had one here in Syria, which was organized in 2007 for the presentation of a new version of MedSlick. And later on, we also involved Moongoose during our regional training And here a few examples: MedExpo 2011, which was focused on risk assessment, and obviously use of these tools to assess the risk in the region. And the more recent regional workshop in December of last year in Athens, which was looking at major oil spills in the region and the cooperation in the region, and also a presentation was made on those tools. As mentioned in the agreements, the tool is the use of those tools also serve to assess the risk in the region, and this is one of the tasks of the MEDES for MS project, which will be introduced, I guess, by one of our colleagues after this presentation. So one of these tasks was to collect data on maritime traffic, on accidents, AAS data, and also on sensitivity area. So based on this data and using some models as well as the forecasting models, which are listed below on the right bottom of the screen, Medslick 2, Moti, Poseidon, and Medslick, depending on the region. The aim is to identify the high-risk area in the Mediterranean region. This work is still ongoing, and in addition, the work of MEDES, which will be introduced, is to use these different meteorological data, oceanographical data, to incorporate them in a unique platform to run oil spill models in the region. And this is accessible through a unique web portal. Then the last slide is the use, which is, I think, the most important, the use of this model during emergency situations. And we have the pleasure to say that we have a very reliable support from Mongoose, who respond very quickly, sometimes in less than 1 hour, and provides forecasting models based on the data provided by the country or by RENPEC, and who forward this result to the country, who can then use the forecast to plan the response in case of emergency. So the first example is the incident in Lebanon. It was in 2006. We have an animation at the bottom left, which shows the slick, which was originated from the power plant in Beirut, near Beirut in Jir, and which affected the entire coast of Lebanon and affecting also Libya. And the results and assessment of the coast showed that most of the result of the forecast was actually very accurate. We use also Mongoose during the Und Adriatic, which was a ship which had a fire in the Adriatic region. Moon was also activated during the Costa Concordia to assess the possible risk of pollution and which area would be affected. We have a slide, we have the Costa Concordia picture on top. Also in 2008, the Fedra incident in the area of Gibraltar, and more recently, during the Libyan revolution, with the risk of bombing some of the oil facilities in Libya, we were also in contact with Moon to predict possible slick and which area could be affected. And more recently, in March 2014, when the Morning Glory was taken by the rebels and taken outside of the Libyan port, we followed the case and identified the possibility of losing the entire cargo, as there was a threat of bombing the ship by the government of Libya, and luckily the ship was arrested, and none of this happened. So here is just a reminder for those who want to know more about RAMPEC and our activities, in particular on this matter. You can visit our website and all the information is there. So that's about it. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I'm available to answer them. Thank you.
I hope you could hear the applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. Is there any question? Is there any question from? Because otherwise, I have one. Who's speaking to you is not a scientist. I am the moderator today. I'm actually a journalist, so I'm not a specialist. I don't know much, technically speaking. But I'm interested in this oil spill risk map, and I'd like to know a little bit more about what sort of information shall I get from there.
Well, in that study, which should come up in the framework of the MEDES-FERMES project, as I mentioned, we are incorporating statistic data from past accidents to identify the type of possible accident which occur in the region, to see the statistic of collision, grounding, and so on. We also analyze the maritime traffic data and the oil transport data, which is basically to know how much oil is transported in certain routes. And based on this, we use the forecasting models to see the risks related based on these statistics, and which area is most likely to be affected in the region from the statistic analysis. And we cross-checked with this data with socio-economical and environment sensitivity maps to see which possible area are affected and what is the potential impact in this area. So basically, the countries would have there the tool to identify where are the high-risk area and get eventually the equipment either placed in a different manner or identify a way to prevent this risk in this particular area, whether using monitoring tools, VTS system to check the traffic of the vessel and monitor the routes of the vessels. And so I guess this answers your question. I hope it does.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. Yeah. Thank you very much again. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So due to technical problems with the next speaker, we posticipate this speaker for a while, and so we move now to Ms. Svitlana Lyubartseva from the CMCC Italy. She'll be speaking about oil spill hazard mapping.
When you want.
I'd like to talk about oil spill hazard mapping and real-time support to Italian Coast Guard. you can see there are a list of people who sustain these services. I mean prediction of moving of oil and statistical calculation on METSLIC2. Brief introduction includes definition and setup of the problem, then oil spill hazard mapping procedure, oil spill hazard maps at the sea surface and at the coastline, our main results, real-time support to Italian Coast Guard, and conclusion. The source of the hazards, which were calculated for oil spill hazard mapping, are operational oil spill pollution, including ballast waters, tank washings, engine room effluent discharges, and so on. Italian Coast Guard provided us with map of traffic. And the target of hazard is a sunny area, which depicted on right. The procedure includes producing location of the hypothetical oil spills on the base of ship traffic maps provided by Italian Coast Guard, estimation of the volume oil discharge, very intensive METSLIC runs, which are statistical or stochastic mode, using MFS daily currents and ESM-WF wind, and production of hazard maps. You can see here the procedure when we go from monthly ship traffic maps provided by Italian Coast Guard to distribution of hypothetical oil spill, which happen because of operational oil pollution. You can see here the distribution volume of the oil discharged operationally based on the value of 20,000 tons per year. Imagine that you are flying over a sunny region and your eye is constructed in such a way that you can see oil at the surface. What we see? You can see that oil moves. We combine all these maps, aggregate them, and produce hazard in terms of probability according to UNESCO definition, which you can see on the top of the slide. It's impossible to produce such an intensive stochastic calculation on ordinary computer. So we use Athena cluster at CMCC to produce intensive stochastic calculation METSLIC2 to gain our statistics. Our results. We combine all our results. You can see hazard at the sea surface. Hot color means high hazard. Cold color means low hazard. We combine all our results in this animation from 2009 until practically now. The same for the sea coast. The same for the coastline. One example of application our results, when you can track by means of our maps how operational oil spill pollution can impact on marine protection area in sunny region. Only one example. And summary statistics. To produce this map, We calculate about 5,000 spill per month and over 200,000 leak simulation. So, conclusion is very simple. We perform off needs of our stakeholders. We can see here questionnaire which we spread among our stakeholders, and we produce a hazard map according to these needs. We completed this task. I'd like to add that additionally we introduce absolutely new methodology which is applicable to any area, to any source of oil, and now we tested this approach on oil spill platforms on Adriatic Shelf. So we are ready to improve this methodology and to develop it. And this slide is devoted to operational mode of using MED-SLIC2, which was performed here in Lecce by means of Ocean Lab laboratory. It was Costa Concordia parbuckling case. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. Are there questions from?
Yes, a question about I have a question about the location of the oil spills. How do you set them?
We construct special procedure when we use monthly ship traffic maps provided by Italian Coast Guard.
So no hypothesis about the kind of...
Yes, we used hypothesis. We distribute our sources randomly, uniform in time and along the track, and Gaussian according to width of track.
Yeah, I have a question for the users. I don't know if Gabina is still following us, but maybe also EMSA or the industry. How can we imagine that these products of hazard mapping may be useful for the users?
So the question is, is there anybody who would like to answer the question?
Well, the first thing that springs to mind is that it can be useful at planning level. So when we go through the monthly process of planning the satellite imagery, which is used to then, which is analyzed and then provides the detected spill information, it'd be very useful to have this type of information at planning phase.
Sorry, this is an answer. I think for the building industry, for the tourist industry, it can be very valuable. Yeah.
And for me to plan my holidays? Any other answers? Or? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's now time for Costanza, Miss Costanza Tedesco.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Claudius. I hope I pronounced it correctly, almost.
Okay.
So, yeah, the room is full. We are keen on hearing you. You have like 12 minutes for your presentation, and we would like them to have a few minutes for one or two questions.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Giovanni and apologize for not being able to join you, although I really wanted that. I have a heavy schedule recently, and it is good that we have made it this way. Some things about myself. I work in the Department of Merchant Shipping. I am the project manager for the Mediterranean Decision Support System for Marine Safety, which is a project which is funded by the MED program. And in this project, we have 21 partners from all over Mediterranean, from seven countries in the Mediterranean. And part of this project is risk assessment on oil spills. And this is going to be my presentation about. Okay. First of all, I will go through this slide very quickly because I want to go to the core of risk assessment, and especially on the sensitivity mapping. Because nowadays we hear a lot of projects claiming that they will do sensitivity mapping and this stuff. So are we talking about risk assessment or risk management on oil spills? In our case, although we name it as risk assessment, is risk management, and I will explain why. The risk assessment consists of two main parts, the risk analysis and the risk evaluation. When we say risk analysis, this can be subdivided in risk identification, risk description, and risk estimation. When we speak about risk management, then we have to integrate in the risk assessment the risk treatment as well as the risk monitoring, and that makes it risk management. In our case, for our project, it is risk management that we are doing. So it is risk management on oil spills. Now, we have identified 10 distinct activities that they should take place in order to have a risk management on oil spills. And these steps, you can see them in these slides, which is automated identification system collection and analysis. These are steps 1 and 2. Then the oil transport data. Then the parameter identification. We will explain all these activities. Sensitivity weighting matrix. You have to gather the oil response inventory. You have to have information regarding bilateral and agreements as well as multilateral agreements. Then you have to do the accident at sea analysis, the accidental spill of oil analysis, and you conclude with environmental damage assessment. So these are the activities, and these are the sets of data that you have, that you must have, someone must have, in order to have risk management on oil spills. Regarding the automated identification system collection, this is data which is gathered regarding the route of its vessel. However, there are some limitations on how dense this data can be, and this is dictated by the limitation of the AIS coverage. We have to take into account meteorological conditions. Also, the availability of AIS base stations. Also, a drawback that we have realized during the project is that there is no data on oil transport when it comes to the set of data collected by AIS, and other technical issues regarding the AIS. When we say analysis, basically it is AIS data sorting and cleaning, traffic density, and you have to sort the traffic by ship size and ship type. This is what we mean by saying AIS analysis. For the oil transport data, you have to collect the oil transport data, and in our case, from all the Mediterranean. Then you have to make an analysis of the flow data. This oil transport data, risk management analysis, it has to be at the same time duration as the AIS data. In our case, is for the whole year of 2012. Now, let's go to the parameter identification. The parameter identification is, I'm referring now to the sensitivity mapping. The main words regarding parameter identification, which parameters have to be identified, in other words, is the sensitivity and the vulnerability. That means everything that it is sensitive or vulnerable to an oil spill must be gathered in this as a data in order to have a complete, a full sensitivity mapping, which is part of the risk management on oil spills. And the parameters that have to be gathered as for having the sensitivity mapping can be classified in two main parameters. The first is the environmental parameters, and the other is the socio-economic parameters. As far as the environmental parameters is concerned, we have the morphology of the shore. We have to gather all the protected areas, and we have also to gather the flora and the fauna. I mean the characteristics of that, in which areas you have special sites regarding flora and fauna. And then you have the socioeconomic parameters. And when you say socioeconomic parameters, again, I repeat that these are the parameters that can be influenced by an oil spill. And the socioeconomic parameters that we came up with the project is tourism, ports, and terminals, power plants, harbors and marinas, desalination plants, fish grounds and farmlands. These are the main socioeconomic parameters. As far as the environmental parameters is concerned, most of them are related to coast, shallow water, and archipelago. So they cover a broad range of sea, if you like. As far as the socioeconomic parameters, these are mostly related to coast and shallow water, and very few of them are on the offshore area, like the ones that we have shown, which is the farm winds, in the other slide, the farm winds and the fish grounds. Now, in this slide, we see the environmental parameters in order to have the environmental sensitivity mapping. There is a confusion many times when we speak about the sensitivity. In our case, there are two distinct parameters: the environmental and the socioeconomic parameters. The environmental parameters will help us to have the environmental sensitivity mapping, and the socioeconomic sensitivity mapping. And then there is an integration of the two. Let's start with environmental parameters. When we say about protected area, we have decided that in there, all the international protected areas, all the national protected areas, and the high sea protected areas must be taken into consideration. As far as the special, the sites of conservation interest, we have decided that we will include in the analysis, so we need to have data regarding coralligenous habitat, seagrass meadows, mainly Posidonia meadows, turtles, monk seal, and of course the morphology of the coastline, the shoreline. And all these, both the protected areas as well as the sites of conservation interest, they have to be analyzed and weighed in terms of 5 criteria. And these 5 criteria is the ecological function, the rarity, the biodiversity, the fragility, and the regeneration. And these are the definitions regarding ecological function, rarity, fragility, biodiversity, and regeneration. I don't have to comment anything on here. It is basically a definition. Regarding regeneration, I have to say that in order to make clear what we mean by regeneration, it is in terms of time that is required to regenerate affected habitat and species. So these are the criteria that we use. And this, in this slide, we can see some resources from which we have this information. For example, we have the World Database on Protected Areas. We have the Ramsar Sites Information Service, the BirdLife International, the Natura 2000 databases. All these databases can be used in order to gather all the environmental parameters that we have mentioned in the previous slides. And here you can see how it will look like a database which is related to the environmental parameters, how we classify it. As far as the morphology is concerned, you can see here that with aerial photos or satellite photos, you can have the coastal morphology. And for our project, this can be portrayed as sandy, and in this case it is green, rocky, red, and artificial, which is brown. And here you have the shoreline, the coastal morphology for the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Here you have, for example, the monk distribution on the Mediterranean Sea. You can see the areas which are with a much deeper color, blue in this case. Again, here is the for the green turtle, caretta, seagrass, and monk. All these parameters, the environmental parameters, they will be given a certain value. And this value will be dictated by the weighting matrix that these 5 parameters we will give. So we will end up with tables like the ones that you see in this slide. Now, as far as the socioeconomic parameters is concerned, we have the tourism, which is a very important socioeconomic parameter, especially for the Mediterranean. But in our analysis, it's not only the tourism that takes place, that we will have data. You can see here the presence of the tourists as low, medium, and high in the Mediterranean, but also the other socioeconomic parameters like desalination plant that can be affected from an oil spill or from a power plant, and so on. So all that will consist of the socioeconomic data that will be used in order to have the complete sensitivity mapping. And you can see in this slide what I have just mentioned, that the environmental sensitivity maps and the socioeconomic maps will be integrated in order to have a full sensitivity mapping. I won't go through this. These are things that we will discuss internally about the sensitivity weighting matrix, sites, and common geographical areas. Obviously, there are many issues to be taken into consideration. Now, as far as the oil response inventory, we have done that already in our project. It is, but for your consideration, the oil spill response inventory, the data must provide information regarding where, what type of equipment, what authority is responsible, the human resources, the coordinating center, and if there is a national contingency planning. The bilateral and multilateral agreements, it is we have gathered it, we have gathered them. It's not they are not that many. You can see here the agreement into force and the agreement signed in the Mediterranean, in the area that. Now the analysis of factors.
Can you
yes. Yes.
I suppose you have like 1 minute left for your presentation.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then we have the analysis of accidents at sea, which includes basically the collision and the crowding accidents as well as the other accidents. But the most important ones are the collision and the crowding accidents. These are the kind of accidents that dictate our analysis. And the accidents at sea analysis is basically they help us to dictate the probability of occurrence, the frequency of a specific accident to occur. So the probability of occurrence is the risk estimation that we have seen in the first slide. The accidental spill of oil analysis is a way to have our risk evaluation. That means how much oil spill and the type of oil that will be spilled at sea. So the accidental spill of oil analysis is the risk evaluation. And there, at the end, as number 10, the step number 10, is the damage analysis, in which we have the consequences of an accidental oil spill. You can see here the model where there is an oil spill, and although you cannot see in there where the oil spill, there is a boom, and there is the trajectory of the oil spill. So the damage impact assessment will be based on the amount of oil that will be gathered by sea booms and how much oil it will end up on the coastline. So if we want to gather everything that we have said, from the first 3 steps, the AIS collection, the analysis, and the oil transport data, we have the identification of the high-risk areas. From the parameter identification, the sensitivity weighting matrix, we have the identification of the sensitive areas. From the accidental at sea analysis and the spill of oil analysis, we have the probability of occurrence and the oil spill evaluation. From the environmental damage assessment, the consequences. And having in our data the oil spill inventory and the multilateral and bilateral agreements, we can have the mitigation of consequences. The deliverables, and I finish with this, is a map with high-risk areas, a map with sensitive areas, the consequences, and the mitigation of consequences. So this is the risk management on oil spills, which is part of the Mediterranean decision support system for marine safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for your contribution today. There is no time left now for questions, but I am sure somebody will contact you maybe later on via email to ask you for more details. So thank you very much.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Enjoy.
So I invite now Ms. Costanza Tedesco from the CNR. She will tell us about oil hazards and risk assessment, oil spill hazard and risk assessment on the Maddalena archipelago. Thank you.
Questo qui rapida avanti, andare indietro e questo è tutto adesso.
Ok, grazie.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Costanza Tedesco from the Institute for the Marine and Coastal Environment in Oristano. And I'm here to talk about a new method developed by many members of the oceanographic group of the IAMC Institute, with which I just began to working. This is a method for the assessment of hazard and risk for a particular area in the Mediterranean Sea, is to say for the Maddalena archipelago. During this presentation, I will talk about the problem of oil spill, and we will take a look at the study area. Then I'll discuss the methods to evaluate hazard and risk, and in the end I will discuss the results and the further developments. We all know that oil spill is one of the most dangerous problems for the marine environment and coastal areas, and it became a real threat for all that areas which has got high environmental or naturalistic, economic and touristic values. Oil spill can occur because of maritime accidents or because of illegal but common practices like tanks or tanks washing or bilge washing. Looking at this picture, we can see a lot of black dots in the Mediterranean Sea. They are all possible oil spill in this area, and they came from satellite data from 1999 to 2004. And we can look at this image as an example to understand how big is the problem of oil spill in the Mediterranean Sea. And so it is clearly, it is evident that there is the necessity to develop new techniques, new methods to control oil spill in the sea and to also prevent this, each pollutant event. The study area is the archipelago of La Maddalena. It is situated between Sardinia and Coastal Islands, and it is a beautiful and small archipelago which has got a high naturalistic and environmental value. For this reason, the Italian government decided to protect this area with the institution of the National Park of La Maddalena. The archipelago is located into the Bonifacio Strait, and this strait represents one of the most important passageway shortcut between the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Western Mediterranean Sea. So it is interesting of an intense commercial traffic, and in addition to touristic traffic. For all these reasons, the National Council of Research, with the help of the local Coastal Guard, decided to protect this area with the project SOS Bocche di Bonifacio in 2009. This project had the aim to develop new operational tools to forecast the evolution of oil leaks occurring in the sea, with the aim also to optimize and the management of any possible emergency. Numeric modeling tools became useful above all for protection purposes, and also in this case a numerical system was used. It is called BOOM, Bonifacio Oil Spill Operational Model, and it is a real operational oceanographic chain which is composed by the Western Mediterranean sub-regional model, which is nested into the Mediterranean forecasting system implemented by INGV in Bologna. And this sub-regional model covers the whole Western Mediterranean part, and it gives the initial and boundary condition to a three-dimensional finite elements hydrodynamic model called SHIFEM. SHIFEM gives us the possibility to obtain a high resolution under the coastline. And it is coupled with a wind wave model, which allows to obtain the growth, the decay, the refraction, and the diffraction of wind waves. And it is coupled also with the Lagrangian module, which can give the possibility to obtain the forecast of oil particles trajectories between the spilling point towards the coastline. In the end, there was also a simple weathering module, which contains all the equation to simulate many of the weathering phenomenon the SLICS undergoes too. For technical details, one can refer to these two articles. To estimate the hazard, a 2 years interannual simulation was conducted. The Lagrangian module released periodically, is to say every day, oil particles in the VTS corridor of transit. This is the only part of the strait which can be interesting of vessel traffics because of an agreement between Sardinia and Corse Island with the aim to control vessel traffic in this particular area. And the VTS, it is the vessel traffic control system, and it is composed by a big database which contains more than 35,000 of ship informations, like, for example, ship's name or their load. Once the simulation ended, it's to say when the oil particles reached the coastline and stranded on it, a GIS analysis was conducted to obtain an oil spill hazard index. Hazard index was calculated as follows. Practically, shoreline was divided into 300 per 300 meter cells, and for each cell, the index was calculated as a ratio between hydrocarbons concentration and the maximum concentration computed. So the oil spill hazard index became a dimensionless index, which can vary between 0 and 1. And these are monthly results. By a first look, we can see that the highest hazard index were computed for the western part of the Magdalena's Islands, and we can also see that the hazard index decreases gradually from winter months to summer months. And this is probably due to the fact that the weathering module contains a high evaporation rate to simulate weathering phenomenon. And the highest differences were computed between December and July. To assess the risk, two different factors of vulnerability were taken into account, is to say geomorphology and the level of protection of coastlines. Geomorphology types were 6 types, and the class value increased with the vulnerability to oil spill. It's to say that gravelly sandy beach has got the highest vulnerability value. For the level of protection, they individuated 4 classes from unprotected areas with value 1 to areas with the maximum value of protection in the 8 zone with value 4. And these are the results. In section A, we can see the climatological hazard. In section B, the geomorphological vulnerability, and we can refer, for example, to the southern part of Spargy Island, which has got the highest vulnerability value. In section C, there is the environmental vulnerabilities, to say the level of protection, and also, we can also refer again to Spargy Island, and we can see that the whole coastline has got a high level of protection. So combining all these factors, a risk map was calculated. And referring also to Spargy Island, we can see that the southern part presents the highest risk index because of the combination of geomorphological vulnerability and high level of protection. So in conclusion, I can say that this method allows to assess the oil spill hazard in such a complex area with the complex morphology. And this work completed the Italian-French proposal contained in a document of the International Maritime Organization for the designation of the Strait of Bonifacio as the first particular sensitive sea area. And this allows to Italian and French government to protect and control this strait. Further developments are the implementation of a more complex module for oil weathering, which could contain more equations for the simulation of all the weathering phenomenon, the introduction of a new vulnerability data, as for example land use, anthropization level, or submarine zonation of bentonic environment. And in the end, it will be interesting to apply this kind of method to different areas, which has got the same environmental, touristic, economic value. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Costanza. Thank you very much. Are there questions from the audience? There must be some questions from the audience. Like, for example, this is a pilot research, I suppose. Is this the only area in Italy where we have such a product so far?
I don't know if this kind of product was developed for different areas. I know only that for this area.
Yeah. Then I have another question, if don't come from here. The tool that you produce is something that will be given to the authorities, and they can make an actual use of this map to address safety or recovery or emergency plans? Is it an operational tool, or it remains again in the sphere of research?
It remains in the research. It is not still an operative tools, and but it could became operative, and it is useful for coastal guard, for example.
Would you like to comment on this? What sort of use can you make of such a map? I'm really not familiar with this story, so you can.
But I don't know in which kind of we have this information, so I don't know very well where what we can use that data.
Okay, so I suppose there is now a next step to be done to kind of dialogue with these authorities so that you can produce a useful tool. Okay, thank you. There was a comment or a question?
I have a question. I would like to know which kind of oil did you use to do that? Which kind of oil? Because depending on the oil type, you will have different results, I think.
Yes, it was used. It was used a classical oil parameter. I don't know what, in particular, what kind of parameter, because I'm here only as a speaker. I didn't do the work.
I think that one of the points. Yes, the point is that I think there is a lack of information in this field because the chemical parameters to do a very well weathering model are missing. There are no databases about that. No, there is, but not very.
I disagree. I disagree because there is that database which was provided for us, REMPEC, which consists of more than 300 of type oils. I don't know exactly about Constanza work. I've read this article and I know that in this case they use crude oil because crude oil is more frequently discharged operationally. The second thought, that in METSLIC 2, in our tool, we parameterize oil by means of 7 parameters. And now we conclude that it's enough to produce a good forecast. Of course, this database should be extended and development and adding some parameters, but you know that if we introduce new parameters, it can try to describe all the details. It can cause a very detailed description and loss of operativity.
Thank you. There was another contribution here.
Well, I think there is the database exists, but it's true that nobody is really doing experiments now to update. So it's true that, I mean, in a Primi project it was tried. Trivero was doing experiment in the laboratory to, but I mean, maybe there are some research, but this activity should go on.
There is less of connection between the
chemical, it's true.
And the weathering.
My suggestion is randomly distribution according to the type of oils, and try randomly distribution.
The discussion is getting more lively. Thank you very much, Costanza. I think we have room for, before the coffee break, we have room for one more presentation, and then we will have to move the last presentation to after the coffee break. So I'd like to introduce now Alberto Mercati from Luis Marcati. Alberto Marcati, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here, and good morning to all of you. I'm Alberto Marcati. I'm teaching marketing, so I'm the odd man out in the crowd. I'm teaching marketing at LUIS, which is an Italian university in Rome. In connection with MEDES for MS, we have developed a framework for a better understanding of end users and downstream services. And we have focused mainly on economics aspect of the decision support system and the value that end user plays into using such a forecasting model. We have tried to go beyond cost-benefit analysis and the analysis of organization or business model, because they give a very aggregated picture. So we have tried to go beyond that to get a finer graded analysis of groups, of segments of organizations and individual organizations using or likely to use this decision support system, and to draw actionable plans, you know, to set up activities that will enable the diffusion of such a system within end user. Now, let me start first with, this is the agenda, so we'll start first with a very short description of the process of analysis, and then I will try to cover quickly the three main steps we have taken. So let's first show you the process we went through. First of all, we have tried to map the relevant players, not only core stakeholders or end users, but you know, a kind of extended base of users. And so we have drawn a broad, not really comprehensive, but very broad list and inventory of users. Then we have tried to understand the value that these users or actual potential place on the usage of the decision support system. And then we have tried to find ways to improve the value propositions to end user. And I will try now, you know, to give you a few hints about these three different steps. This is a very small work package within the project, the overall project, looking only at the economic aspect. So first, we have drawn an inventory of end users, and you find, you know, some of the industries Stratos was referring to in his comment. So there are the big, most important core users or stakeholders. We have called them competent authorities. Then you have a number of oil spill management companies. So the industry which is built around the management of oil spills, so prevention, but especially emergency response and recovery. You have, of course, ports and marinas. You have the big offshore installation operators that is somehow missing in the description so far. You have insurance companies and a number of coastal industries. So you have industries which may cause the oil spill and those that may be affected by the oil spills. You get this kind of picture. So you find, first of all, the core players. So, for instance, in Italy, you have Ministry of Environment, then you have the Ministry of Infrastructure and Coast Guard, then you have the system of port authorities, so Capitanerie di Porto. Then you have, in Italy, Castalia, which is a group of firms dealing with the recovery and also with the management of emergency led by the Italian Coast Guard. So you have really a network of industries, and you have some of the core players, and here you find some of them. So there are a lot of public associations, but also the big private, like oil and gas operator, P&I clubs that take care of insurance and the assessment of the damage and the oil spill industry. So you have together stakeholders and users. And there is really a system of a lot of despecialized operators, but also some specialized operators that are dealing, some of them almost exclusively with oil spills. Okay, let me check time. Okay, so next step has been to understand the value those organizations may place on oil spill forecasting models. And so we have performed what we call end-user profiling. So we have tried to pick some of them and look at, in very general terms, look at this organization. First of all, the organization itself, but also the organization in relation with oil spills. So, for instance, if they have organizational units which are dedicated to oil spills, what are their objectives, strategies, resources, activities, and so on. And then we ended up with a focus on the organization interest on oil spill forecasting, because this is the job. Now, the main results are from our point of view. So, of course, we are open to discussion and suggestions, but the system is very polarized. So there is a small group of specialists, yes, and a lot of generalists that are not that interested, in fact, in oil spill. So usually in every industry, the management of oil spill has been assigned to specific association, bodies, whatever. Okay, so the concern for oil spills is concentrated in a few organizations. Well, the last idea is that very often organizations do without formal forecasting models, but they are trying to work on this. Okay. Now, the third step was trying to understand the requirements of end user to improve the value proposition he offers. And this is the area we have covered, asking organizations to give us their needs and their expectations, their requirements. And you see the kind of information we have asked. Now, I go straight to the result in the interest of time. So we have been looking at two different areas. One was about small improvements, this kind of information on oil spill location, oil spill area, oil spill volume, pollutant type, oil spill source, meteo and oceanographic forecast. So small improvements to the existing model, and here we got some results. And the second one was about new features to add to the support system like simulation in emergency, customized as a risk map Stratos was telling about, geolocalization of oil spill response means, and again, we got some kind of new ideas. Okay, this is what we have done. Now, what's next step? Next step will be to try and place some monetary value in this. So what we call willingness to pay. It's a very kind of shifting area, but try, to give quantitative evaluation of the economic value. And then, at the moment, we are still working on the exploitation plan, some kind of organizational plan, business plan, to define the activities, to try and get both specialists and generalists interested in this kind of model. Okay, I think this is almost...
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you very much. I suppose there must be questions now from, yeah.
Yeah, the question is for the future strategy as a business plan. Do you think it could be possible to separate part of the service that could be more public-oriented? I mean, even if this is a downstream on oil spill, so it's, but we could foresee a certain level of basic service provided as a public mean, so maybe funded by EU or something like that, and facilitate because you list facilitate the further downstreaming through more commercial activity, because you listed the requirements or I mean wish from the users that are very technically demanding, very challenging. I mean, know where the means are and very precise. I mean, very different from an area to another. So I cannot see how a public server could cover all of it. But maybe try to divide the two. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think you can work on two levels. On first level is what you are saying. So you increase the scope of the decision support system. So add, I don't know, simulation, for instance, backtracking. Backtracking is not very popular apart from the Coast Guard, because no one is interested apart the Coast Guard on finding the source of the pollution. So I think you can change the bundle of application you put into the system on the one end, and there is a second dimension you can work on, and this is the level of service, because you can go from very raw data to kind of turnkey system, depending on the experience, the expertise of your the organization you are dealing with. So I think you can. No, I think the exploitation plan will looking mainly at two different bundles of activities for generalists and specialists. The really interested one are specialists. So I think this is really the target. But you can try to raise the awareness, for instance, for the generalists. You can work on corporate social responsibility, to make organization contribute to the effort. I don't know.
Can you tell me just an example? Who is a generalist? What do you mean?
Well, specialist, maybe Coast Guard or Castalia, or generalists are maybe the shipping industry.
All right.
Because the shipping industry has already set up an organization which is dealing with pollution, that is ITOP. So very often in every industry they've split the oil spill pollution business from the rest. So shipping industry in general is not interested, but they're involved in a way because they are often the source of the pollution. So.
Oh, one last question before the coffee break.
I welcome very much the exercise you did about going to the users and asking what they would like. However, I urge you not to stop there. It cannot be a one-stop exercise. It is a cycle you have to follow. So it's a very good beginning, but you have to follow up if the requirements have been met, if they have not been met, why, and how we can go further.
Yeah.
Sort an evaluation.
I think you're right.
Thank you very much. So now I'd rather have now the coffee break and leave Miss Maria Trabace for after the coffee. So yeah, we meet back here at 11, around 11, and we start again before lunch. Thank you.
Questo perché è collegato con la linea... Ma che serve? Attacchiamo questo. Queste sono due classi. Sono due classi veloci. Perché non mettiamo? La mia domanda è: siamo non usare
E attacchiamo cavi esatto.
Si fa la cosa, poi esatto. E l'altra possibilità è quella di attaccare il wireless perché stanno conversando. Cioè io lo sentirei però perché stanno a mettere cosa vogliamo fare? Quindi veramente utilizziamo questo motivo per fare solo per la scuola. Sì, sì. Lei Giovanni alle 12:55.
Sì. Puoi anche mettermi in fondo se preferisci. Cioè, se vuoi. Non mi ricordo il nome. Ah, Cirao. Hai già messo la presentazione su? Hai già messo la presentazione? Ah, fresca, cioè, vedete. Ma sei al pomeriggio? Cioè, se io cambio la data, io perché lo vincere.
No, c'è questo.
Allora, ok, cioè mettendo così mi viene il campo. Cazzo, veramente devi fino a che livello di zoom c'è?
Oltre quello delle varie, quindi a un certo punto può fare.
Cioè qui c'è però. Il massimo 48 ore.
Io prima di inizi però ti ho fatto il tecnico, questa è la sua.
La
Pronto? Sì. Salve, buongiorno. Piacere sentire. No, ma beccate esattamente nel coffee break. Benissimo, benissimo, certo. Dunque, non dovrebbero, lei è nella mattinata se non erro, e le rimando però subito l'agenda, anzi gliela rimando io un attimo solo.
Allora facciamo adesso dobbiamo copiare la presentazione, giusto? Io la presentazione l'hai messa sulla penna. Probabilmente sì, quello che ho copiato oggi alle 9:03. Solo la mano per la rete, se voglio dare un cristalli cosa voglio dire? Ok, allora.
Sì, sostanzialmente
posso facciamo di in questo momento la rete per quello per cui
eventi, qui immagino diciamo o sulla situazione lì anzi molti che si spieghi un po' cosa ci sta dietro la problematica, cioè
ah cazzo stava calcolando quando si toccava la rete. Ok, me l'ha segnato 2.3. Riprova. Facciamo una prova direttamente di collegamento dello schermo e siamo fissi. Certo. Mi è arrivata la mail? No, abbiamo collegato il cavo, quindi si è perso la connessione. Devi mettere il libro. Prendiamo un attimo. Devi mettere il non è arrivato ancora?
Quindi questa non serve.
Ma se vogliamo provare a aggiustare sul programma, sì, tanto ci 10 minuti. Perché io, cioè questo si risolve, poi adesso non so qui c'è adesso vabbè, questa non è significativa perché insomma c'era, però
però questa già è meglio.
quel ricciolo che ti piace.
Il ricciolo che mi piace, fuori.
Per vedere le gambe. Ok, questo è il massimo.
È troppo debole le correnti qui, ci dobbiamo andare
su un punto da più.
un po' forse poi ci mettiamo su
Qui?
qui è realistico,
c'è pure la divergenza.
prova, vai. Sì. No, fai quello così arriva.
No, sto dicendo, quando lo mettiamo questo lo ci colleghiamo.
Dobbiamo mettere solo quello. Vorrei solo provare adesso per vedere se la risoluzione, perché qui questa ce l'ha più alta, lì dobbiamo vedere com'è zoomare la finestra, se no non si vede niente.
Ieri mi ho dato la di
Sì, il primo test si è impallato, stavamo parlando che non l'ha fatto.
Sì, non l'ha fatto.
è venuto pensato?
Sì, no, uno dei due erano, cioè proprio così, quella nera. Sì, non ha avuto molto tempo Andrea per parlare, no? È stato abbastanza breve.
Sì, andavo un po' a parlare perché ha iniziato a parlare e poi aveva ancora il articolo. Quindi sono andato lì per arrivare attivato e hanno cominciato questa direttiva un po'.
Ah, sì.
Un po'. Ma il fallo è partito, no? No, ma si vede poi diverse cose, il tempo emozionale.
No, non ce la facciamo, dai.
E oggi lo facciamo, no? La discussione? Sì. Che non facciamo in minimo tempo, insomma. Sicuro che il tempo anche per fare la cosa con.
Come ti sei onorato?
Sì, c'è questa qui, abbiamo saltato, insomma, abbiamo ridato.
Eccolo. Oh, c'è il ricciolone.
Ormai ti piace l'inizio.
Allora, ricordiamoci dov'è. Considera che ho dimenticato di cambiare la data, quindi è stato il 27, quindi ieri, alle 20, quello di default.
Allora c'è anche il 28 e il 29?
No.
E come fa a fare il 48 e il 27? Aspetta, non cambiare.
No. Tanto cambiano solo i campi ambientali.
No, non è che è mantenuto lo stesso, infatti mi è venuto in mente, non è che sono uguali le correnti, quello che ha fatto due ricci uguali.
No, l'altro era in un'altra zona.
No, che sta mantenendo per i time step successivi lo stesso valore di corrente.
Adesso non lo so, questo dipende perché...
Nadia dove è finita? Nadia arriva stasera. Perché se il 27 non hai, scusami, avevi messo il 27
alle 23.
Se non ce l'hai il 48 ce l'hai fino al 29 alle 23. C'è il 29 il campo ambientale, va bene. Non c'è.
Non credo, perché io quando selezionavo la data attuale mi dava sempre errore. No, ricorda non fare il today perché sennò va quella a oggi.
Cioè o la facciamo perché arriviamo al...
Prendi un caffè, me lo porto?
Sì, grazie. Ma scendiamo
proprio.
Io ottimista, per cui gli ottimisti non si
Allora scendo io così.
Se non ci vedi, portaci. Allora, andiamo per dobbiamo andare al 26. 26. 18. Qua era buono. Beh sì, andiamo alla teoria. Questo fanno troppo.
Dipende dalla relazione che si vuole
Ma voi Doppler avete il radar, ma avete anche modellistica lagrangiana o fate solo osservazioni?
Assieme all'altro, in dipartimento da me c'è anche chi sviluppa modellistica, non lì personalmente, sono modelli economicamente. Un altro abbiamo fatto una collaborazione per cui la parte del nesting vicino costa
l'ha fatta lui?
L'abbiamo fatto noi.
Ah, ok.
La parte del nesting poi abbiamo cominciato sulla
Sì, sì.
Però stiamo cercando di capire come fare la semplice. Prima dobbiamo essere sicuri che funzioni bene, se dobbiamo ci deve essere preparazione completa per DCP, per essere sicuri.
Bellissimo. Io ce la faccio. No, devo finire di vedere che cosa. Vai, bravo, lui è più cattivo di te. Due. Uno è rimasto a casa perché ha 2 mesi. Ieri c'era Zoe. No, l'altra è la di Antonella. Era la grande mia, ha 10 anni quasi, 9 e mezzo. Guardamelo. Anche Selvaggia ti voleva conoscere perché lavora a Mondadori con la Marta. Fanno i libri. No, non è venuto perché è stato a casa per il bimbo.
Invece è completare, visto che tu ti occupi anche di
Adesso oggi li presentiamo.
E noi
il gruppo, diciamo.
Sì, siamo probabilmente in nati alla guardia costiera, però non abbiamo sviluppato le modelli servizi per il gruppo.
Guarda, questo è.
Ho capito che voi ce l'avete fatto,
I rossi non ci sono. Questa è la zona iniziale di rilascio, questa è la traiettoria media e questa è l'area di search and rescue.
Ah, perfetto. E l'oggetto rilasciato che cos'è?
Sono drifter, in questo caso è un person in the water, ci sono tutte le categorie.
Sì, ok, questo no, io immaginavo che voi aveste anche qualcosa che tiene conto anche dell'imbarcazione.
Sì.
Questo.
Allora, adesso questo l'ho fatto con fammi fare. E qui come si fanno a vedere i campi ambientali iniziali?
Devi tornare indietro di zoom, c'è questo livello.
Chiaramente non siamo vicini a terra, la proviamo a fare di...
Poi il campo di moto che utilizzate che
MFS per ora.
Che passo ha?
6 km, però ci stiamo mettendo anche più di più.
E noi in questa zona qua andiamo a 2 km,
potrebbe...
si potrebbe fare qualcosa.
Qui non arriva a terra, però è una bella simulazione. Provo a fare... Questa me la salvi? Salvare? No. La stessa con... Questa, se vuoi fare la stessa clicco semplicemente qui. Ho
Solo che
solo questo.
ci sovrappone alla vecchia. Confondo, non riesce
a... Ah, ok, va bene.
Vabbè, non voglio... Poi magari su questa cosa... Certo. Che è una cosa che ci interessa sicuramente.
I was selecting the simulation to show.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Very good. I was choosing this, you know. Can you stop it? Che si sovrappone. Adesso devo fare il primo. So, questo abbiamo fatto. It's 1 minute and a half. That's very. Now I put 56. Didn't work. Riprovo così.
These simulations are independent of the simulation schemes. Because he's producing some figures.
No. We are not using the tiles. But the tiles, you want to use the tiles because it will be good. It's quite good. The visualization is good. Yeah.
So this already passing via links.
Yeah.
They are producing the
We are accessing the environmental maps that are on sea conditions, yes. And yeah, and then I run on Okinawa and can stay. No, I don't think so. No, but it's normal. It is. No? Ora inizia a essere un po' lungo. Sì? No, voglio vedere questo. Tutto io l'arancio. It's a beautiful simulation. not rich in cost, but it's okay. Natural oscillation. Sì, vai. No, non so. Però non glielo voglio far vedere questo. Così. Così sì, ma non è così. Basta, così va bene. Bravo Giuseppe.
Le spine che dicevo all'inizio erano veramente
avevamo detto insieme. Cosa ci facciamo di tanto per questo? Qualche 3 anni. Bravo. No, non si vede, aspetta, perché Gianni ci mandi su. No, aspetta, perché stava proiettando lei. Sì. Grazie, Gianni. A posto. No, perfetto. Con, posto.
Ci sarai tu. Prima di no, per risolvere guarda che diventa non è altre. Io te l'ho portato veramente, però se non lo vuoi, prenditi scusa di pure questi. Vediamo tutto Nino, siamo pronti? Secondi. Allora, il piede è questo il bisogno di acqua.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So we come now to the second part of this morning sessions. And first of all, I'd like to invite Maria Trabace from the Civil Protection Agency, the Italian Civil Protection Agency, and hazard project. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Maria Trabace. I'm working at Civil Protection Service of Apulia region. I want to thank you to have invited us to speak about hazard project. Hazard project is an IPA Adriatic project about the strengthening a common reaction capacity to fight sea pollution of oil and toxic substances into Adriatic Sea. This project started 2 years ago and included 13 partners, 11 coastal areas, and 5 countries: Italy, Croatia, Montenegro, Slovenia, and Albania. These are the partners of the project. Apulia region, the Department of Civil Protection, is the leader partner of this project. There are also the Emilia-Romagna region, Marche region, CNR, the Water Research Institute in Apulia, other partner in Croatia, Primorsko-Goranska County, Zadar County, Split, Dalmatia, and Slovenia, the National Institute of Biology, and the Institute of Marine Biology of Montenegro, and the Ministry of Public Works and Transport in Albania. What is the background of this project? As you know, there are a lot of incidents into the sea. For example, one of these, the incident of this Turkish ship, revealed the lack of organization and ability of regions and countries on both sides of Adriatic Sea to deal with such incidents at the sea. So, over the past 15 years, there are a lot of incidents at sea. And so, this warn that a joint cooperation is necessary for a prompt and efficient prevention and response when there is an oil spill and hazard at sea. So the objective of the project is to protect the Adriatic shorelines from the risk of contamination caused by collision, spillage, oil into the Adriatic Sea by improving the cross-border prevention and risk management at the sea. One point of the project is the development of a real-time prevention system called Atlas. Another important point of the project is the monitoring and response programs in high vulnerable areas. Then to have common exercise in the north and the south of Adriatic. And at the end, to have an Adriatic center in Croatia for training and so on. I speak in the next slide. So the Atlas is an important facility system, decision system for the emergency corps, civil protection and coastal guard to get prepared and minimize the pollution in case of spill. This is a simultaneous view in both parts of the Adriatic Sea when there is a spill. So it includes some important information such as the vessel traffic, the risky, the dangerous vessel risky score based on a common criteria, the intrinsic vulnerability areas, and how they may change due to external events such as weather condition, currents, and so on. The risk evolution, thanks to an oceanographic model that predicts the oil dynamic and the first coastal zone affected in case of spill, and the response equipment available and the location of each equipment. So this is the core of the project, the Atlas system. The purpose is to provide the authorities with a decision system support that helps understanding where the oil spill goes in case of hazard, and thus accelerate the single or the interregional and cross-border procedures to limit the pollution. Then we want to improve the operational instrument to cope with the environmental and technological hazard. The purpose is to develop a joint radar monitoring in three radars, one in Trieste, two in Ishtarka regions, and the other in Split in Croatia. Then another important task is to organize the exercise in the north and the south of Adriatic to test the Atlas, our support system, to test our capacity to react, our equipment, and so on. And to have this joint research center in Rijeka, in Croatia, to have training with staffs of different institutions who want to train about different techniques of cleanup procedures and so on. What we expect are synergies with other regions near the region not directly involved in the project. For example, Molise near the Puglia, Marche near the Abruzzo, and on the other side of Adriatic, the synergy with other regions not directly involved, such as Bosnia and etc. These are what we will expect. These are some pictures of our meeting, the kick-off meeting in Bari 1 year ago, in Sala Cineporto Fiera del Levante, the second steering committee in Rijeka in Croatia, and the last steering committee in Piran on March of this year, when we get an overall view of the project, discuss about the finalization of the Atlas and new scenarios for our exercises. One of these exercises was organized on the 14th and 16th of May of this year by the country of Zadar in Croatia. It was called Virex. It was useful to test the Atlas, the cooperation with Italy, because they exchange data with Marche region with the oceanographic model which predict where the oil spill goes on the coast. And this was very useful also to give input to prepare national contingency plan and to identify some bottlenecks in communication and in other things. These are just some pictures of the Virex exercise on the sea. When the spill is on the shoreline with different techniques of cleanup. This is the center of operation and in which there are a lot of institutions, Coastal Guard, police, etc., and also Italian partners such as Apulia region as leader partner of the project, but also as observer of the exercise. We have installed also 2 radars in Dalmatia, to monitor the high vulnerable zone areas. And this is an external event. We are invited to, as observer, Apulia region and the Ministry of Public Works of Albania as observer in the exercise named Pollex last year in Italy, organized by Capitaneria di Porto, and this was very useful because we have to do another exercise in next autumn in Italy along the Apulia region. So it was very useful to have input to organize the other exercise of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Right in time, perfect. Are there questions?
Yeah, the question is, how do you think it would be possible to develop a strategy to merge this project and this system with the others that the Italian Coast Guard is running or taking into account? How do you see a multimodal approach? I mean, or how do you think in the future they will be using this?
Yes, we have to organize a sort of dispatch system because it's useful to dispatch the information. We have to discuss about this because it's the first step of the atlas. So we have to, when the atlas is operational, we have to organize a sort of dispatch system. So when there is a sort of worm, we have to decide what type of institution we have to just to inform of that a vessel with a certain risk there is a spill, so we have to call Marche region to have a prediction of the spillage. So we have to organize already the dispatch system of the atlas. Is the first step of the project when the
a curiosity for, so it might be go out of the main discussion now. I know that when there is a huge spill, then there is a substantial amount of volunteers coming and as a response. And so my question is actually, are they involved in the process of learning and exercises?
Yes, they will be involved, but there is a sort of training because it's not possible, and a sort of organization. The center of coordination involved volunteers that are prepared for this type of.
Can you give me a figure about how many volunteers are now around? Are there around the Adriatic Sea? How many volunteers? Yeah,
we are check the volunteer of Apulia region because we are civil protection, so we are able to organize the volunteers of the Apulia coast, but we have also to check. This system is.
How many volunteers are? If you have an oil spill, you will call the volunteers, or the volunteers they will come.
No.
How many should we count?
We have to also to a lot of volunteers because there is the cleanup of the shoreline. So we have to organize the exercise. So in next autumn we are able to give numbers, to give some answer. This is Zadar County organized the exercise Virex. This picture are organized by the other partners, so it's useful to ask them. But it's the exercise was organized on May, so it's
too early to know how many volunteers are available. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's now. I invite Miss Arantxa Baladron from Spain. She will give in an insight on what Spain is doing in this field.
Okay. So good morning. My name is Arantxa Amo, and I'm here to talk about the oceanographic system of Puertos del Estado. Puertos del Estado is the Spanish holding of harbors, and his headquarters are in Madrid. I'm going to talk on behalf of Enrique Álvarez Fanjul, who is the head of the Research and Development Department. So you have any question after this talk, you can send him an email, and his email address is in the last slides of this presentation. Okay? So, the Research and Development Group of Physica Marinaria are composed of around 15 to 20 people, and the main objective is to provide the required oceanographical and meteorological information needed to support and to manage the Spanish harbor activities. So with that, to achieve this goal, Puertos works in 4 different areas. Puertos has a measure networks, has buoys, tide gauge, and high-frequency radars. Maintains in operation 4 forecast systems and is involved in different research and development projects. And all this data, the measured data, together with the prediction results, are stored in a marine database, which is easily accessible for the end users through different applications, as Portus and IMAR. Well, these are the main areas of action of Puertos del Estado. Puertos provides help in port operation and safety, also helps with the combat of marine pollution. We have oil spill models to make a forecast of trajectories. Puerto is involved in the BEDES project. Also participates in studies of oceanographical phenomena and climate change, and supplies important information for recreation and tourism. Well, I'm going to give a brief overview of the different measure networks. This is the first one, the deep-water buoys. The deep-water buoys is composed of 15 stations. One is part of the European network. They are major buoys that are moored very far from the coast, so they are representative of a large area. And they are moored at depths greater than 400 meters. They measure directional waves, water temperature, meteorological variables, currents, and salinity. And the data is transmitted via satellite in real time to Puertos del Estado. There is data available since 1996. And here you have an image of the distribution of these buoys. And also you have images of the different devices that are used. This is the coastal water buoys. These are buoys that are more near the coast, so they're useful for port and coastal applications. It is composed of 10 stations, 8 are 3-axis, and the other 2 are watchmate and watchkeeper. They measure directional wave and water temperature, except the watchmate and watchkeeper that can also measure meteorological variables, currents, and salinity. The data is transmitted via radio in real time to a ground station, and from there the data is sent to Puertos del Estado. And there is data available in the late 80s, and you have here also the map with the distribution of the different buoys. The tide gauge network is composed of 36 stations, radar gauge. They can measure the sea level in all frequency range, sampling periods with a sampling period of 2 years. As they can measure sea level in all the frequency range, they can also measure agitation parameters, and they are ready for tsunamis, so they can measure high-frequency oscillations. Some of them have meteorological sensors with barometers to measure the pressure, atmospheric pressure. And one station has a continuous GPS, which allows us to have an absolute reference. It is planned to put another 3 GPS in another 3 stations. And the data is transmitted via internet connection. The data is averaged every minute and transmitted to Puertos del Estado in real time, and the agitation parameters are averaged every 20 minutes. And there is data available since 1992. The high-frequency radar network is composed of 8 stations. You can see here the distribution on the map. Only 4 of them belongs to Puertos del Estado. These are the ones situated at the north of Spain, in Galicia, in Delta del Ebro, Huelva and Gibraltar. Huelva and Gibraltar belongs to the TRADE project. 4 other more stations are available thanks to collaboration with other institutions, as OCI, Basque Government, Vigo University, and the Hydrological Institute of Portugal. And they provide observations in real time of surface currents and waves. The advantage of the radar is that we have a scope of 200 kilometers. The TRADE project is an example of the application of high-frequency radars. TRADE stands for Transregional Radars for Environmental Applications, and its main aim is the prevention of risks associated with navigation in the Gulf of Cadiz. The Gulf of Cadiz is a maritime corridor with a very intense traffic of crude oil derivatives and chemical products, and it's very important to preserve the environment, economy, and tourism in this region. So the action to be taken under this project are the development of a high-frequency radar network. We have already installed the systems in Gibraltar and in Huelva. Here in the image, you can see the system of Gibraltar with three radars. The second action would be to develop validation methods to ensure the quality of the data and to create a platform for the management and distribution of this data. This is an exercise where we see that the radars have an added value to the predictions. During this exercise, a drifting buoy was released in the area covered by the Galicia radar. So we have here the trajectory of the buoy, the observed trajectory, and in blue and in red color we have the predicted trajectories. In the blue color we can see the predicted trajectory when we take into account the radar data. So it is very clear that the best match is done with the radar. Now I'm going to talk about the different forecast systems that are in operation in Puertos del Estado. They are 4, and they provide the ocean state in the next 3 days, except for circulations that we have forecasting for the next 4 days. The first one is the wave system that gives us information about the height, the period, and the direction of the waves. The wind fields are provided by the institute, the Spanish Meteorological Agency, AEMET. We have also a system for sea level and circulation. Circulation gives us currents, temperature, and salinity. And all those systems work in different scales, from the regional scale to the more local scales. Puertos also has implemented specific applications for harbors. And in this case, we can give the prediction for waves and agitation and harbor circulation. These systems are called SAPOS and stand for Port Authority Forecast Systems. This is an example of the different scales in which Puertos give predictions. In the case of the wave forecast, we have predictions from the regional scale with the Mediterranean Sea, the Western Mediterranean, and the North Atlantic. Okay. And then if we move to the smaller scales, we can achieve better resolutions with nested models. So here we saw the Strait of Gibraltar and Bay of Algeciras. And these are snapshots of the oceanographic information system of Puertos del Estado that is called Portus. This is Portus. It's a web application that allows to the user to have access to all the information that Puertos has in a very well organized. So the user can access to data in real time, and here he can obtain maps of the high-frequency radars and time series. Also can access to the forecast, and he can obtain maps of the forecast and even online verification where in points where we have measured data available. And also the user can access to the marine database, obtaining graphics, reports, and different statistics. This is another application for distribution of the data. It distributes the same data as Portus, but for mobiles and for tablets. And the user can have access to a warning system. Here there are no warnings in all the coast of Spain. Because of that, it's in green color, but when there are warnings, it's in orange or in red. And here, the user can also have all the information of a selected point and also visualize the predictions. And just the last slides are for the MEDES project. This project has been explained very well in the other presentations. So I only going to say that in Puertos del Estado we have one person fully dedicated to this project. Although the Mediterranean Sea represents only the 1% of the ocean surface, it suffers the 20% of the maritime traffic. So crises are very likely, and it's important to have a decision support tool. And well, MEDER will deliver integrated operational multimodal oil spill predictive service in the Mediterranean that is based on well-established oil spill modeling systems, and it uses data for the Marine Corps Service MyOcean and national and regional forecasting systems. The Mediterranean Sea has almost 20 models running every day, so there is a lot of information. Puerto del Estado is in charge of the Western Mediterranean area, and well, it has one person fully dedicated to this project. That's all.
Thank you very much, Arantxa. Are there any questions? There is one question.
Okay.
Hi. Only for curiosity.
Okay.
But you have in Spain 36 radar stations along the coast. Yeah, for a confirm. 36.
No. Eight systems.
8
systems. Some systems have 2 or 3 radars.
Okay, but have you had...
all Iberian Peninsula, not only Spain.
Okay. But have you had a problem with environmental association or other type of problem of bureaucracy in Spain for the installation of this station? Of a radar station, high frequency radar station.
We have problems.
Yes.
Radar. I don't know, but
okay.
I don't think so. But I can give you. I think it's better that you send an email to Enrique, because I don't know about bureaucracy problems and things like that.
Okay.
Why did you have problems in installing this? Okay. It's interesting, yeah.
I worked in Italy in installation of HF radar in Sicily. So I can confirm that we had a lot of problems in Italy. Yes, our system was a combination of Malta and Sicilian installations, but the Maltese authority was very fast, and we took most 18 months to have all the authorization. But I will speak later about this.
Okay, yeah, because that's interesting.
Okay, thank you for what you showed. I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a comment, because yesterday, at the end of the presentations, we had a discussion meeting, and we were talking about the importance of integrating forecast information from the institutions that provide this data and the end users, and the difficulties that we have in talking the same language and providing a product that is useful. I think that this is a great example of actually how things work and how they work properly, because we are trying to, as consultants, we are trying to propose these kind of services to Italian ports or coast guards or Protezione Civile, all these entities. And again, with a little investment from the part of the end users, then you can have this sort of product that can help in the long term to for warning, for safety, but also for planning and scheduling operations. And so the efficiency of the end users is very much increased by this kind of service. So I thank you for this presentation, and I think this is how things should work in general in the industry.
Okay, good, thank you. And I think we can move to the next speaker. Miss Ilaria Pennino from Planetech, Italia. She will be speaking about water quality observation and needs for evolution, correct? I'm interested in knowing what you mean with evolution.
Good morning. In this contribution, I will talk about the water quality observation by satellites and try to identify possible needs and future evolution about this topic. are almost 30 years that a wide range of in-orbit satellites can provide, more or less daily, lots of data and images. From space agencies all over the world, there are new space missions in which will be launched new and advanced satellites. It's very important to know, use and exploit the instrumentation and the new satellites in order to know and save the marine environment, because it's a primary source of food, it is rich in resources, means of transport, and a source of tourism. How the satellites watches the ocean? All satellites with their spectral bands at the different electromagnetic all satellites with their different frequencies at the different electromagnetic bands can penetrate the first meters of the ocean and the sea, and so it's possible to monitor the ocean color, in particular the inherent optical properties of the sea, like, for example, chlorophyll, TSM, turbidity, and so on. So, exploring the seabed, their properties and their characteristics, it could be possible to know that state of the sea and the ocean. As mentioned at the beginning, in orbit there are a wide range of satellites with different characteristics. There are satellites with 1 kilometer resolution, 300 meter, till more precise satellites like, for example, half a meter. There are, in general, satellites that have optical sensor or radar sensor. In general, the first one have the luggage that they can be affected by the atmospheric condition and they can't see in the night. It lacks a slide, but in the previous there were an example if we look an optical algorithmic, an optical sensor, and so with using this kind of sensor it could be realized water quality maps, for example chlorophyll maps, TSM maps, and turbidity maps. Or using the optical sensor is not the case because it lacks the slides. It could be possible using optical sensor to realize a classification of the seabeds in order to know, for example, the distribution of the Posidonia oceanica. Here there is an example using a radar sensor. On the left there is a map that indicates the swell and which in the wave direction and the intensity of the wave, and on the right there is a noise spill maps example. Otherwise, alternatively, it could be possible to do a study using both sensor and both typology. On the left there is a SAR maps, and in this case we have a wave direction example as the arrows show, and in the middle we have water quality maps, in this case chlorophyll maps. As the letter B indicates, and on the right we have the reality, an RGB image. As we look on the right, on the letter B, there is a spot that is indicated in the middle images, so in the water quality images, and it is also visible in the SAR images. Otherwise, another example that it could be usable as comparative studies could be to do this study to support false alarm reduction. For example, if from an SR images it could be possible to see a dark spot that could be think an oil, it could be useful to be sure to validate that idea to realize water quality maps, for example, a chlorophyll 1, to see if there's a high value of chlorophyll or low value of chlorophyll. From if from water quality images we have high value of chlorophyll, we can deduce that dark spot that it can be seen in the SAR images is an algal bloom event and not oil. Why use satellites and watch the ocean? For scientific studies or to support institutional and private and all type of users. Both can provide benefits for environmental and community. Which could be ideas for evolution? To use satellites with less reviewing time and better resolution. To have a fast acquisition scheduling in case of alarm, or to improve calibration of the water quality algorithms and share and optimize in situ data because, as we told, there are lack of in situ data and they are necessary to calibrate and validate all algorithms. Or crowdsourcing that can permit to store, collect, and organize all kinds of data deriving from different sources. Today, in fact, the market of mobile and server application can count a number of crowdsourcing and sharing applications, which allow mobile devices to share different types of information with different means, like, for example, geolocated information. Applications that could be provided for crowdsourcing are photography made by smartphone or temporary storage of an image in the application database. The creation of metadata indicating the geoposition acquired by the GPS of the smartphone. The creation of metadata with the timestamp. The dispatch of the captured images included the metadata and the user report of the case, the reception of the communication message from the system. So, a possible scenario evolution could be, for example, create a remote service sensor in which the EO set, and so the water quality map, the state maps, and the data coming from the GPS asset, so like, for example, all data acquired by mobile, or in situ data acquired by buoy, ferry box, or ship of opportunity, through the TLC asset are collected and processed in this database in which all users, like for example in Italy Coast Guard or ARPA, can use for different scope this kind of data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilaria. This was short and clear, much appreciated. Questions?
Possibility to eliminate the false positive spill from remote sensing. Yes. Okay, it's also to use in optical, not radar, glinted image. I mean images with sun glint, because where oil spill occurs, then you have an anomaly in terms of glint.
Yeah.
So it's possible this strategy also to solve
this could be an idea, because with optical images we can decide to use other kind of images acquired in different time. So we can decide to choose an images without glint. So we eliminate this problem and try to identify the problem and solve the problem.
Okay, because it's not always true that the truth is in the RGB.
It could be an idea, a possible scenario.
Can I ask you to go back to the image of, are there any other questions, or can I go with my kind of funny one? Funny because it's not really specific. The image where there is the oil spill taken from the SAR.
This is the slide which I told you, the example with the optical sensor. So the three kind of water quality maps with chlorophyll, transparency, and TSM, and the other example of application with the classification of the seabeds. So, sorry. This one?
This one.
Okay.
So this is a true picture, an image, a real image.
Yes, the two are two rather
yeah.
sorry images.
Because so far, when I've seen the models that some of you guys have developed for modeling the forecasting of the direction and movement of these oil spills, they were always round shape, easy round shape to follow, quite kind of obvious.
Because they are model.
But yeah, I mean,
Because
when I see reality,
forecast.
it's everything but not this shape which I've seen so far.
Okay, in this case on the left, you refer to the arrows, the image with the arrows or the left? The right, sorry. Okay, this is a SAR images in which we show the oil that are out.
It's maybe more a question for the scientists now. Sorry, it might look trivial, but I've seen these spots. And
it's different.
It's a prestige case. Prestige continuous spillage.
Yeah.
And in our operational and instantaneous spills.
Yes. Because when I forecast, this is a spot.
Okay, so this is continuous, going on for long, so it leaves this.
This is an image applied that persists.
But it's also the truth that you just put the finger in the right place, because it's very difficult to forecast this kind of oil spill. They are very complex, and while what you see often in the model results is very simplified. So there is the need of further developing the oil spill modeling and also the ocean forecasting system that provide currents and wind to really go to that capability of simulating the oil spill.
Yeah.
Despite I think this event is much more a rarity, seldom, whereas these operational spills you model is more common, or this one, okay.
Yeah.
More questions? Well, I have another one. About the crowdsourcing, because of course this is, I see the sense, and it makes sense and it's interesting, and the point is you are a private company.
Yeah.
So why me as a citizen should I send you, should I provide you data with like pictures that you will make business on?
Yes, the idea could be to use the possibility that citizens that are with their ships on sea and look that there's something that they would like to notice. They send, for example, I don't know, a message, and this message is stored in a cloud, for example. The idea for our company could be to produce the system that collects this kind of data, or the application for the mobile that can permit to send this information.
To send to you, to Planetech?
No, to this server that in which all data are collected.
And then this data will be free and accessible
for all users.
For all users. All right. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think that crowdsourcing is a possible way to involve the users, but on the other side you should provide services. So maybe it could be a two-way. So the provider, that can be a maybe the service is either try to involve the user as much as possible.
Yeah.
Dobbiamo andare avanti. Thank you, Ilaria. Thank you very much. Discussion is running, but still, unless there are some other comments or remarks about the oil spill session of this morning, if there is anything specific now, I'd rather go on because we are anyway beyond time. È pronto. Then we have a chance for more comments, or if you have some ideas or remarks you would like to share after this morning session on oil spill.
One general comment is that I see from the presentations and also from what I've seen in the past is that the strong collaboration between providers and users in the oil spill has been really successful. I mean, in MEDES, that has been presented in from several aspects, the MEDES project, we have Coast Guard and REMPEC as a partner inside, together with the provider. And again, it's really a best practice, because it's a way of, as many of you has pointed out, a way of interacting continuously with the users. So it's not really that we are paying the user to say that the service is good. I mean, the user will judge the service even if if it's bad, the service will be judged as bad, and the request for improvement.
And they can see on desktop, or just open the presentation. I can see them. Yes.
Okay, so just to, I think it's a best practice.
Yes, but the host must allow. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, unmute the mic. Yes. Yeah, but now it's mute.
Mr. Burekas?
Yes.
Hi, good day. Good morning. I see you on the screen. Now you can share with us your presentation, but you need to switch off your webcam. You have somehow need to switch from the webcam to the presentation.
Okay, how can I do it? Okay, so let's share to the. Can you see right now?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Okay. Because they will ask me for questions. Just.
All right. So.
Okay. So, can you hear me?
You can start anytime you like. I just remember you that you have like 12 minutes, and
okay.
one or two for a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Giorgios Burekas. I'm head of sea border sector in Frontex, and I'm going to present you Frontex activities in not in central Mediterranean only, but in Mediterranean generally. Focused, of course, most in central Mediterranean. Just to give you a very short brief, what is Frontex? Frontex is an organization that is managing the coordination at the external, the operational coordination at the external borders of European Union. We have sectorates and units, but the most important for today it is just to give you a presentation of Joint Operation Unit. Joint Operation Unit has air border sector, land border sector, sea border sector, and return operation sector. Now we are focusing more in the sea border sector. What are the objectives and our activities? First, we try to facilitate interoperability and flexible response to irregular migration phenomena. as you know, we have a lot of illegal immigration pressure to the external borders and especially to the sea borders, and we try to bring all European countries together in order to tackle this phenomenon. We try, of course, with supporting the local authorities in order to prevent and combating the cross-border crime. Also, we try to improve the effectiveness of border control, either with important crossing points, or either in blue borders. Border crossing points are the ports mainly, which we support the passport control, the research of vehicles, and blue borders are the open sea, which we support the authorities with assets, vessels, and all the equipment which they need to survey the sea. Of course, we contribute them to control the secondary movements within the European Union, because the immigrants disembark in European countries after they try to go somewhere else. Of course, we try to standardize all these activities in order to have, let's say, somehow some best practices, and we try to develop permanent platforms within the standardization, and of course, we try to cooperate, to open channels with third countries, because if we want to have success, we need to involve in the third country. And we have very good results and examples to give you in cooperation with the third countries. I give you one example of Western Africa, when we cooperate with Senegal and Mauritania, and 42,000 people, which we have every year, now illegal immigrants, now we have 0 from this country. And of course, we try also to increase the capacity of our member states. Now, the illegal migration is facilitated. It is 100% sure. It is facilitated because if I tell you the following thing, how is possible one person from the Central Africa or from Central Asia to know what and where the most vulnerable borders of Europe? These people, they don't have access to information, they don't have internet, they don't have even electricity. How they know that this year it's easier to pass from Greece, next year it's easier to pass from Italy?
Mr. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you switch off your webcam, please, because it slows down the system quite much. Can you find a way to switch it off?
To switch off what?
Your webcam, the webcam. Your.
Okay. Just a moment to see.
It just slows down the system, unfortunately.
The system, eh? Yeah. Just a moment to see how can I do it. Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me? Please continue. Yes, we can hear you.
I see the camera now. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead. So the people, the immigrants, facilitated by organized criminal networks, because it's impossible an immigrant from the center of Africa or Asia to know which are the most vulnerable borders of Europe. So one of our main targets are the organized crime. And how we are acting. We know that they go and they are using roads that they give to them low risk and high profit. So if we manage to increase the risk for them and to decrease the profit, then they change route. They don't want to expose their business. They try to find another way. And this is our aim. And this is also should be the target. The immigrants, organized criminal networks. Here you can see just a slide with what were flows from in 2013. You see the main routes, they were from Libya mainly, and from Turkey towards Italy and Greece. But now from Turkey they are going also to Bulgaria, and also in Italy we have direct flows from Turkey and from Egypt as well. The numbers and the figures you can see, the big in every bubble, the big number is the figures of 2013, and the lower number with a smaller letter, it is the figures of 2012. So you can see the increasing of and which routes and areas they were using. Here it is a map, and so the incident of the incidents in the central and eastern Mediterranean. I think that is obvious from where the immigrants are coming. In order to facilitate you a little bit, to make more clear the situation, I show you right now to present you the search and rescue area. And then you will see how many detected in the search and rescue area and how many detected in the out of the search and rescue area. You will see right now what happens in Libya and in Tripoli, in north of Tripoli. Most of immigrants, they are coming from this, because we are there, we are patrolling. You see with the blue, let's say the blue area, it is the operational area of Mare Nostrum. And the immigrants, they know that they are there, know that they're going to be rescued, and they are going there. Here you can see how many incidents we have out and how many incidents we have within the European search and rescue area. This is also what happened in Spain, the search and rescue area of Spain with Morocco and also Algeria. Here you will see what happened. Look what it happens when we have good cooperation with a third country. Out of this operational area which I showed you now, I switched from operation from search and rescue area to operational area, from search and rescue to the operational area, but it's almost the same. You will see how many incidents we have out of the operational area thanks to Morocco activity. Since the Moroccan authorities, they are active, they prevent the immigrants before get into European sector, and then we have less immigrants to the sector. And this is a very good example of good cooperation in that area. Frontex support the authorities in the countries, and we try to have an early detection in order to prevent. Of course, even if we are not search and rescue organization, unfortunately or fortunately, we are involved in many search and rescue cases. Of course, we have the control of an operation as long as it is only an operation related with illegal immigration. Since an operation switch in SAR operation, then the control goes under MRCC, our assets acting under the control and following the orders of the local MRCCs. Of course, if the immigrants arrive, we support the authorities in case of their origin, and we need to support the authorities to arrest facilitators in order to have, let's say, some results. Here are our areas, the areas of our operations. You can see with it blue, we are activating the most. And who are our partners? Our partners are authorities from all the maritime. We have law enforcement authorities of sea, search and rescue authorities, environmental protection authorities, customs, fishery controls, and even armed forces participate in that effort. We organize an international coordinating center that coordinates the operation as long as it is in the framework of illegal immigration, and of course we deliver our assets in the control of MRCC in case that it is switched off in switching search and rescue operation. These are the figures by the year. 3,000 we have within 2013. If you add what I showed you in the previous slide, don't be confused because the numbers are not equal, but the previous, this is the general statistic and the other are the statistics of the operation. So periods which we don't have operations, we have still areas which are not included in the previous map. Also, during all these operations for illegal immigration, we are both necessary and some other. For example, we arrested 357 facilitators last year, and we were involved in 683 search and rescue cases, and we participate in the rescue of 37,000, almost 37,000 people in the sea. Also, we arrested 363 smugglers of drugs, and we seized 50 tons of drugs. And of course, we are involved in smuggling of cigarettes and also in fisheries control. The statistics which you will see, it is how many people they are transferring, they are trying to migrate via sea, they are in danger. In 2012, from the entire number of immigrants, 32% they were in distress situation. The number increased in 2013 and in 2014. But here I have to say that the immigrants right now, they abuse the right of searcher. They pretend that they are in search and rescue when they see European assets. And this is something which is to be taken seriously into account. Here you can see some pictures for drugs and cigarettes. This is cigarette case. Fisheries control, you can see tuna fish. At this period of time, we are contributing to blue tuna fish. This is one picture very fresh yesterday. One boat is towing a cage of blue tuna fish. Of course, send these pictures to fisheries control agency, in order to check if it is legal or not. I don't give you the name because maybe it's not illegal action. Activity is legal. Here you will see 4 days that one mother boat is giving to 2 smaller tankers, and the 2 smaller tankers are going to fish. They are fishing blue tuna fish in central Mediterranean at this moment. And you see the pollution that they did doing at this moment. Of course, we have spectrum analysis and infrared scanner and UAV scanner from our airplanes, so we can confirm that these are, let's say, pollution and something else. Also, we have, you see that we have the authorities in firefighting control and their activities. We have cooperation with EMSA and all the agencies you can see, says agencies, SECLAD, EASO, MAOC, Interpol, Satellite Center, Europol, UNODC, Joint Research Center, etc., Human Rights Agency. And also with regional, like Baltic region and border Black Sea Coast Guard Forum. And of course, we are supporting the European Forum, an initiative of the Coast Guard to have some common approach in the problems of sea. And this is what I have to say. I believe that I get a little bit out of my time, so this is what I have to tell you. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for your impressive presentation, Mr. Forecas. There must be some questions now from the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Vaurekas, for the presentation. Giovanni Coppini speaking. I wanted to ask you, I mean, I see the space in the future for common activities of what we call operational oceanography, meaning people doing ocean forecasting and developing, in this case, a search and rescue simulation, as maybe you will see in the next presentations, and of course also with the your users, meaning the Coast Guard. So I think I wanted to ask you what you think about the possibility in the future of collaboration with these actors, both in the framework of, for instance, search and rescue modeling, because there is a need of research also, and operational services, and radar surveillance. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I have to tell you that we are checking all the options. In our operations, we are checking almost all technologies. And we are checking also using radar technologies, we are using satellite technologies, and the most important thing is the picture which we collect to be shared between several stakeholders, be shared to everyone that needs it. That's why if you saw to my previous slide, we have with all the possible agencies. And believe me that we are open with cooperation with every, let's say, public sector, or let's say even with private companies. And there is one department, one division here, research and development in project, that has the responsibility of cooperation with also with private, with the civilian company, because we have to develop and models and methodologies. So I see very positively this kind of cooperation. And please, if you have any proposal, don't hesitate to send a letter here, and we'll send it to the appropriate directorate or unit to, let's say, to start cooperating.
Okay, thank you very thank you very much again for your contribution. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can follow us.
Thank you for inviting. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we go on with Mr. Tommaso Gismondi from the Italian Coast Guard, speaking to us about SAR evolution for the Italian Coast Guard. Thank you.
Con questo si va avanti, indietro, per questo è il punto. Ok. avanti e indietro.
Ok. Cosa fai?
Quando si arriva al...
Sì.
Ci penso io.
Per il video, ok. Okay, good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Copini and the CMCC for the invitation to this interesting meeting. And I'd like to give you the greetings from my headquarters, General in Rome of Coast Guard, and Admiral Pettorino, and from Director of Puglia Maritime Director, Admiral Giovanni De Tullio. I will explain you the SAR evolution for the Italian Coast Guard. I'll try. We talk about search and rescue, obviously in the maritime field. This is the main activity of the Italian Coast Guard, but not the only. In this field, we have a lot of regulation by international organizations like IMO, that belongs, as you know, to the United Nations, and then participate all over the country in the world, like Italy too. So the search is an operation normally coordinated by a rescue coordination center or rescue sub-center, using available personnel and facilities and equipment, and due to locate persons in distress. Rescue is the goal of operation to retrieve persons in distress, provide for their initial medical or other needs, and deliver them to a place of safety. So the performance of distress monitoring, communication, coordination, and search and rescue functions, including provisions of medical advice, initial medical assistance, or medical evacuation through the use of public and private resource too, including cooperating aircraft, vessels, and other craft and installation. So the SAR is a global concept. All over the world, the concept is the same. So to provide an effective worldwide system so that wherever people say or fly, because we can talk at the same meaning of civil aviation and maritime sailing. So SAR service will be available if need. This is the goal of ICAO. Is the same agency, is the same international organization in the field of the civil aviation, and IMO is for the maritime organization, International Maritime Organization. So the globe is divided, shared into SRR, each with associated service which assist anyone in distress within this SRR without regard to nationality or circumstances. So in Italy too, we have the concept is of the SAR system. We have an authority of national authority in Rome, the headquarters of Italian Coast Guard, and Italy is divided in a region part. So a regional approach can reduce cost and improve distribution of distress alert coverage and services. When we talk SAR services, we talk about the services available on 24-hour basis. This is, in this slide, you can you can see different responsibility for the coordination of SAR. We have a SAR coordinator, is the person or the authority that have the overall responsibility for establishing, staffing, equipping, and managing the SAR system. SAR mission control coordinator is SAR operations are normally carried out under the direction and supervision of an SMC, which is usually the supervisor of or the RCC or RSCG watch team. And we have two on-chain coordinator. When have two or more SAR units, patrol boats, and are working together on the same mission, aircraft two, the SMC designates this on-chain coordinator. Only one could be the responsibility. In charge of search and rescue units, ship or aircraft participating in the search, or someone at another nearby facility in a position to end OSC duties. This is the Italian SAR region. As you can see, is an area different from national water. This is not a jurisdiction area, but is an area of responsibility. So, in this area that is divided in a regional area, like Puglia, like, I don't know, Sardinia or Sicily, and etc. We have the responsibility to coordinate all the distress, all the management of the distress in this area. You can see near the Italy, the south of Italy, Malta, and the other country. But the green line defined the area, the sea of the area of Italy is responsible. In order to facilitate our activity, we have developing a software system. The name is CCS, Command and Control System. And the goals of CCS is to provide an operative support, digital support, by a specific software that allows to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the Italian Coast Guard in the management of SAR operation, as well as in other operational tasks, marine police, irregular migration, ship, oil spills, etc. System, the modular architecture, the concept of the software is based on a scalable framework that integrates a lot of modules. Call taking of incoming phone or radio requests for help, digital recording and management of communication, ship localization system via Pelagos, IS, VTS, and the other, and the SAR operations management in compliance with the IAMSAR, International Aeronautical and Maritime Search and Rescue, fully compliant, and mission planning and execution too. This is in this slide, the functionality about the datum calculation compliant to the IAMSAR volume second. And this is a type of a scheme that the software gives us about the scheme of search. They elaborate automatically different scheme of search. You can see the different scheme of search to man overboard or okay. In order to make more efficient and faster, the command and control system is currently under development, a project between the Italian Coast Guard and the NGV and CMCC to provide a meteo data like sea current, weather condition, useful for the calculation of the data in the SAR. This is some of our ships. You can see this patrol boat, different performance for different situations. And this is aircraft that we use normally for activity of patrolling or surveillance of the sea. Now I can show a short video of real activity of the Italian Coast Guard in search and rescue. Sorry for my English, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Wow. I have no question, just a wow. But there are some questions from here.
Thank you. Just a technical question. There is any kind of interoperability with the HCS, the command and control system of the Air Force? First question.
Yes. When we coordinate the aircraft, we have a very strong activity with the ACC Ciampino and for NOTAM and for all.
I refer to a system of command and control, not for civil aviation.
Oh, so, not in inside operation, only for the software.
For the operational command.
I don't know very well because the software is of the headquarters general.
Also.
Yes. And is only for the South Italy. Is not a total Italy is going for this kind of software because it is dedicated to Sicily, Puglia, in the part of Italy very involved in the migrants activity.
Okay, thank you.
Can I do a question? Referring to this this computer system, this software which you are developing together with the INGV and the CMCC, it's not ready, correct? It is not ready and operational now. It is a project or you are developing.
Yes, it's under construction.
When will be available for? When will be done, finished?
I hope very.
Do you know
very
about
fast.
how long could it take?
We hope very soon.
No, well, we will see today later that there is a first prototype that will go definitely in parallel with what Coast Guard has already in place, the command and control system. Then we have also, let's say, together with other partners, an activity of find out how to provide the data for their system. So how to merge in the end, or better plan. So there is a very soon step of testing phase, and then progressively improvement.
Yeah.
I have a question on. We saw both from Frontex and I know you have an historical experience. I mean, you have an experience on the past cases. From our perspective of developers, let's say, it would be very important to have a structured database of previous cases. Because often, as you will see with Elena, our researcher, we have construct, also with your help, previous cases. But to really have a database of where the last known position was in these accidents, where it has been found, which were the conditions. We should aim to of course, I mean, it will be internal within, it's not going to become public a database, but I think it would be very important for the research and development and for testing the software or any software in previous cases.
Yes, I agree with you. And I think it's a good idea to develop with Frontex, because Frontex is, as you know, a European agency, not only Italy, but they have maybe 20 or more countries. I've been last year in a meeting in Gdansk, in the north of Poland, with Mr. Vurekas that talked about before my presentation, and I think could be a good idea. I know that there is something like this under development, but you could take contact with him about this project. Could be a good idea, I think.
Is one more question?
The work that you've been doing is fantastic, especially to the people you saved.
Thank you.
Have you been involved at all with the Malaysian flight 370 that crashed? Do you have any sense of where it is?
About? Sorry?
The Malaysian airplane that crashed?
Oh, no. No? The area is very different. We are in the Australia area and the Indonesia area. So, but we follow that case because very interesting. That the plane is not on the radar. It's not. So we follow the case, but we was not involved in that case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Thank you. Wonderful. So I invite now Miss Carolina. She's not coming. Or okay. Then it's time now for Massimo Ferri of the Centro Nazionale di Meteorologia e Climatologia dell'Aeronautica. Thank you.
Si fa partire, parto io. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Massimo Ferri, director of CMCA, that is the operational center of the meteorological service of the Air Force, military Air Force. That is the Italian National Met Service. My presentation has not so much focus on search and rescue problems, but in general on the contribution on safety at sea that we day by day provide, giving information about weather condition over Mediterranean and sea surrounding Italy. But anyway, I want, as a Air Force representative, I want to spend some word on my on the contribution that the Air Force give to the Mare Nostrum operation. That's the main asset that we give as Air Force is the use of drones, that the unmanned vehicle for surveillance over the area. This capacity is unique in the of the Air Force. There are no other military force that is this capacity. So this is the contribute of the Air Force in general. We, as meteorological services, provide support to the operation of drones on the, that need very accurate support. That's okay. What we talk about of weather condition, these are more or less very coded according to a guideline of WMO and about the kind of support that National Met Service should give in order to assure, to give, contribute to the safety at sea. The weather elements that we can divide it in 4 fields, more or less: wind, phenomena, visibility, and sea state. This is there are information on this weather elements provided every day by every national Met Service in the world, for Italy and specifically for Mediterranean from the CMCA. Let's say we every day issue this kind of information. This is how we divide in sector the Mediterranean. The information is in form of testing here, and is divided in a description, in a warning element, description of the weather situation, and specific forecast for each of this area. The forecast range is 12 hours plus a factor 12 hours outlook on wind, and the refreshment is 6 hours. That is every 6 hours we issue this kind of information and deliver to the Coast Guard. We publish it in our website, and we deliver it in the global telecommunications system dedicated to the meteorology. What is behind? What are the products or the means that we use to formulate this kind of forecast? That is a forecast. The main we are in the field of forecast. The main system is the modeling chain, atmospheric modeling. This is the, more or less, in a picture, in a single picture, the configuration of our modeling chain. We use as kind of atmospheric model the so-called Cosmo model in two configuration. We use this. We have our own data simulation system. That is, we run a data simulation cycle with 3 hour step of every 3 hours we assimilate data at real time, at the right time, and we run two configuration, one covering the whole Mediterranean area in south of Europe, up to 78 hours, and one covering Italy and sea surrounding Italy with a higher resolution, 2.8 kilometers, with a forecast range of 12 hours. We run these two models in parallel every 12 hours, two times a day. Coupled with these two models, there are two wave models that run in parallel. The wave model was implemented with a cooperation with the ISMAR, CNR Institute of Science of Sea. The two configuration, 3 miles of resolution covering on the full Mediterranean and 1 mile over Italy. But from this we derive products like classical sea state and winds, phenomena, forecast of phenomena, occurrence of phenomena. This is and simulation of satellite image in the infrared channel. This is forecast simulation extracted from the model. The second product that we delivered is a near gale warning. Near gale is defined as a wind from before scale 8. We issue a near gale warning whose focus is to gassiness due to the most important or the main dangerous phenomena in the Mediterranean, that is convection. The occurrence of mesoscale convective system that brings gas wind in the Mediterranean. And this is refreshed every 3 hours when a warning is issued. In some way, must be closed with a specific message. So we open a warning and close a warning. But the refreshment of this message is every 3 hours. This is what kind of products we use for this. More specific, what we call nowcasting system. This is an elaboration developed at my service to identify convective prone area and convective cell and the phase, if it is in a developing phase or in decaying phase. That is in the legend. The system is also used, we have give the use also to the South African Met Service. Radar combined with our lighting network and satellite images to identify thunderstorm convective cells, and also an elaboration from satellite products to identify the phenomena occurring over Italy and the Mediterranean. Possible new development, we are evaluating the feasibility to issue what could be called the inshore weather weather forecast, something like what is used in general aviation as terminal force forecast, some forecast, but it is a very demanding in terms of use of personnel, because you have to have some personnel that continuously is controlling very different areas. So we have, this I finished my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferri. Questions from the audience? Yes.
I find the information available on the Air Force web platform is very available. However, as far as I know, there is just a single interface at the moment that is for PC. There is no smartphone or tablet.
Yes. Something was developed in the past, but at the moment is out to date probably and not properly working with the new smartphone and so on. I have some idea, some project to implement also such kind of application, but I need some money to finance this. This is the development. But
to give an input in this direction from the end users.
Some more question from the audience?
What are, in your opinion, the framework for collaboration or the topic for collaboration with the oceanography community in the future?
Oh, we cooperate in a more or less both formal and less formal cooperating with the national so-called GNO, National Group on Operational Oceanography, that is, let's say, more informal, but we have specific agreement with INGV and CMCC, but we, as you say, I have already told that we cooperated with CNR in the implementing of the sea wave model, so we are very open to cooperation. What is my comment also as a conclusion of the previous section, that I wanting to introduce a concept that we use in the military operation. We lack some kind of recognized picture and recognized for decision maker, because it's fundamental for decision maker to have a recognized picture. Recognized means that you should, in any case, know the source of your information and who provide your information should be tasked to do that in some way. We have a lot of initiative project, but not merging in some vision that provide a picture for at sea for, let's say, especially for operation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I can now invite Giovanni Coppini from the CMCC. He will be showing us and speaking about the Ocean Lab, SAR Decision Support System.
Spostamelo solo. Spostalo solo un po', così. Sì. Sì, sì.
Puoi usare i presenti?
Sì. Okay, thanks a lot. So what I'm going to present is what we have developed mainly at Ocean Lab, at CMCC, but basically is the results of two big projects, Tessa and Ionio. The main researcher behind that is Elena Shekinova, that took the leeway model and implemented it in the Mediterranean. But it is a joint effort of many people, and is because it will be, it's starting to be an operational activity. So just a brief introduction. I also started yesterday to discuss about, to present Ocean Lab. Is quite, we are around 22 persons, quite young, and recently established in Lecce. And among the different activity of operational oceanography, we also work on search and rescue. So basically the systems work as a cascade using the European service and in strong collaboration with INGV and Italian Met Service. And then we downscale to a high resolution model and then develop application. And today I will speak about the search and rescue application. We are trying to do 3D modeling, even if up to now we are more 2D situation, meaning that we follow at a certain depth the drifter. So what the person in the water or the object in the water is idealized as a drifter, so like a particle, and then is followed through force by wind and currents and wave. And then the objective of this activity is to find the optimal area. So the forecasting system that we are using are up to now, they are, sorry, a bit too over-optimistic. Up to now, we are running with the MFS and the IFS system. But as you have seen, we have, in collaboration with CNR, we are developing a high-resolution modeling, the Ionio modeling, and also with the University of Bologna, there will be the relocatable model. It's a model for fast deployment. In a manner of one day, you can run ocean forecasting. And then CNR models in the Tyrrhenian and Sicily region. So the search and rescue system will be working in the future with all these systems. As maybe later Alessandro Dacca will show, we have a cluster, we access to the CMCC cluster, Athena, is a large computational facility, but we also have a dedicated machine to run our services. So how the search and rescue works, we use 3D currents and then wind forecast, and in the future maybe also wave more accurate. Then there is the leeway model. It's a Lagrangian model that allow to do ensemble simulation of particles, and in the end you have a starting position of your drifter, mean trajectory, and the cloud of drifter and the position of the drifter. So more in detail, I will present two case studies that Elena has performed, and one is the Elba Island case studies, so an accident that lasted a bit more than 1 day, and the person was rescued. And in the end, he was most probably on an inflatable boat, and that in the end was known to be partially deflated. Of course, I mean, we were not really running this system at that time, but we use it as a test case. And these two pictures show you here the starting position in Fetovaya, the mean trajectory, and the end position of the drifter, and here the place where the person has been found. In this, so the system, the leeway model works with different object categories. So you can have categories that are more affected by the wind, because they are above the surface. They show part of the object is above the surface, or like sport boat, they are more close to the surface with less impact of the wind. In this case, the best simulation was performed with the sport board characteristic or parameters. The Gargano case is another one very challenging because it is almost 1 month simulation. The person was lost here, and the body was found in the area in the South Puglia. And this simulation, so a very long one, like 30 days simulation, show that the model is quite able to reproduce the drifting of the object. And this picture allows us to show also a functionality that we have been developing, that is a cluster analysis of the drifter. So the drifter are grouped. If they group, they are represented in different clusters. Here the system identifies 5 clusters that will allow the Coast Guard to prioritize the search area. Because, I mean, in this case, we identify 5 search areas, and then counting the number of drifts or the percentage, you can see that cluster number 1 is the most probable, and then cluster number 2, and so on. So this is a functionality that we think it will help. A real case, it was the immigration event of Lampedusa. Actually, it was a disaster in terms of life lost, because it was a huge number of persons. Here we did 2 simulations. It was the first time we were trying also simulation at depth, because the Coast Guard was also searching for people under the water. And these were our simulation with the starting position, the end position in red, and in yellow the possible position on the coast. And here were some information. Most of the people was rescued at the time of the accidents, but later some bodies were found in this position and in this position, at least the one that we got as information. And at least this part was consistent with our simulation, while this one was not foreseen. But the accident was very complex, so you really need an operational system to provide information for such complex accidents, because the uncertainty is very large, the amount of simulation you have to do is very large. Now, I will try to present you qual è la finestra? Okay. Let's do it like that. Okay, so this is the software, how it looks like. So you can give a name to your simulation you're doing. Here the user is, so this will be a web interface. Of course, only registered user will be able to access. Here you have all the list of different objects or class of objects that can be used, and they are parameterized differently in the code in terms of effect of the wind and currents in drags in the model. See. Then what you see here in the what you see here as a map is, in this case, wind, and it can be selected, so different variables can be displayed, and it is, I mean, to give the picture to the user. In this case, I will be running a simulation starting from 26th of May, and then I was trying before, but I will do it, let's say, real time. Here we are clicking with the mouse. You will identify the last known position. So you will click on the map and get, as a suggested from Coast Guard, also the lat long, and then you can drag and move the last known position to your exact position. Then the user will decide how long should the simulation be running, and then the user can simply run it. Then I will describe a bit more in detail while the system will be running. Okay, the other features, so now the system is running. So from the web, it will go through the, yeah, it will last 2 minutes, that's perfect. Through the web, it will go through, in this case, links, that is the joint part, the technological industrial partner that has developed the platform for sea situational awareness, and then it will go to our computer facilities at CMCC, and then the results are sent back to the user interface. I don't know if you are able to see here, but our search and rescue system will be multimodal, so meaning that you will be able to run with MFS or the Adriatic forecasting system, and of course, if available, higher spatial resolution data should be used. So like in case you are in the Adriatic Sea, it will be recommended to use the high resolution data forecasting in the Adriatic Sea. For the moment being, you can run with a different depth. So you can run at surface, you can run at deeper, in case you're searching a person that it could be under the water, I mean, a body. We have not yet developed, let's say, a full 3D modeling of the persons in the water. That's the next step. At the same time, so we'd like to run with different atmospheric forcing, because I mean ECNWF is quite coarse for this application, but for instance it allows you a long forecast for more than 22 hours. But on the other side, if you want to run a shorter simulation, like 20 or 24 or 48 hours, then it will be recommended to use products such as CosmoMe that has higher resolution and should have also better quality. Okay, here we got the results. So I will zoom. I think I click on the, okay, I move. Okay, now here is the results. Here was the starting position with the radius of 5 kilometers in which the user has decided, but can change the range, the area of launching the drifter. So it means that 500 particles has been launched in this area. And then you see a mean trajectory. So instead of plotting the 500 trajectories of each drifter, the system plot only the mean one. So just to give the overview or the main direction. Here there is no cluster identified, so there is a big cloud of drifter that has moved southeast and has reached this position. And automatically the drifter are surrounded by this polygon that will represent the search area. In case of cluster, different search area will be highlighted. Cluster meaning, I mean, a subgroup of drifters. So as you see, as you have seen, it's quite fast because there's a couple of minutes. The simulation was done in real time, so the computation were done in our computer, and here is the result for the user. That's basically. Okay, I've almost finished. If I'm okay. So you have seen the demonstration. Just one mention, I would like to mention that today we have the students of this Optima course. It's a training course organized in the framework of PESA project on operational oceanography and safety this year. And the students are here with us today, so I think it's important that people know about that. These are the projects that we are running and that are funding our activities. And that's it. I mean, okay. Of course, it is worth to mention that the collaboration of Coast Guard and hopefully with Frontex also is very important for these activities, especially because we need the test case. I mean, also new one, meaning experiments, let's see, with drifter and to calibrate the system, to validate it. But we need a strong collaboration with all the other modeling group and observing system because, as we will see later, radar are very important in such operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. I'm again impressed, really. Can I make a couple of trivial questions, probably? Again, how does it change? Okay, the person in water, what sort of classes do we have there?
Oh, there is, let's say, the person in the water could be with a jacket, a safety jacket, so with much more capability of buoyancy, staying, or it could be a boat. Could be both partially deflated. So there is a classification of different type of objects, and then the model will allow that the particles are so the same wind on a and currents on the different type of particles will have different results because some objects that are more exposed to the wind will drift more with the wind. If it's a person in the water and only the head is outside, it will mainly floating with currents. So that's the idea behind.
And the depth, how does it affect the drifting? And how deep
the currents change with depth.
And how deep can you forecast them?
Well, the model, any model goes down to the bottom. So, but of course, this is basically, especially in the first few days, the research are done for surface currents because you want to search alive people. And then, but there are bad accidents in which you know that the bodies are at depth, and then you can try to forecast. But of course, it's much more complicated how these bodies or objects drift at depth.
And my last question. Are you dialoguing while building this prototype with the Coast Guard?
Yeah.
So you're already in the process of dialogue. Yeah.
Of course, never enough, but yes, I mean, as I was mentioning, they have given already some.
So what would you ask them to, in terms of what they could provide to you?
Yes, thank you. congratulations for the presentation, first of all, and after that, in the future, would you think could be improved the forecast on the ashore lines? So, because we have a lot of activity in that area.
Very near coast, you mean?
Yes, yes.
I mean, even mainly even yesterday, even Federico has shown very high resolution modeling capabilities that people are developing. In the framework of TESA is CNR and CMCC, but there are also other groups. So the point is that the best available ocean forecasting system should be used to force the leeway model. And the same applies to the meteorological forcing, because we have seen in several experiments for drifter that if you run with a higher resolution atmospheric model, then you get better results in this case.
Good, very excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very nice, this job. Do you use any special turbulence model in this framework, or is only Lagrangian without any diffusion or something?
There is Lagrangian modeling, there is diffusion, but not specifically related to turbulence.
Okay. No. Okay, and if I understood well, you did not compare with available drifter data, not yet.
Not up to now, no.
Not yet. Okay.
Well, we started with the drifters that were used in the Costa Concordia. There was a small exercise on drifters, so we have acquired those data and we are testing it. I think it's very important to continue that activity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you again. And there is a question there. Because we have now. Oh, you're going to speak, or you are the speaker, or no? You want to make a question? I think we have to leave this question for later on because now the microphone has been detached from Giovanni. Sorry for this. And I invite now Mr. Joel Azzopardi from the University of Malta. He will introduce us to the Calypso project.
Okay.
Then I'll make you sign.
Questa prima, no, la seconda, sì.
Questo avanti un po' e questa qua.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I am Joel Azzopardi, and I will be speaking about the Calypso project and about I will also be speaking about our activities with search and rescue in collaboration with the Armed Forces of Malta and how we can combine these together. I am speaking on behalf of the Physical Oceanography Unit at the University of Malta. Okay, just to put you in perspective, so Malta is found. Oops. Okay, so Malta is found here, and this shows the AIS traffic as captured by AIS between January and March of this year. This was collected as part of the MEDES4MS project. As you can see, there is lots of traffic that passes in the Malta-Sicily Channel and around Malta. Okay, so it's the Calypso project. So as part of the Calypso project, we have installed 3 radars, and so we have installed 3 radars, 2 in Malta, 1 in Malta, 1 in Gozo, and 1 in Pozzallo. And the scope is to collect to collect real currents every hour in the Malta system. Okay. 13 megahertz system developed by Kodar. So these are the partnerships of the Calypso project. And together with us, we also have Giuseppe will also be talking a bit more about the Calypso project. So, quick overview of the site. So, the first site is the site in Malta, where we have installed it in a wastewater treatment plant. So we have the radar here and we have the electronics here. They communicate via an underground cabling. So these are the photos. It's very close to the water. It has to be very, very close to the water. The other one is in Gozo. It is in a very beautiful area. It's called Inta-Ortin, and it is found the radar antenna was installed on the cliffside close to the sea, and the electronics are hosted by AFM in their barracks. It is a challenge to find an appropriate area with electricity and internet nearby. And this is the one in Pozzallo. The other one is installed in the Porto di Pozzallo. So this is the type of data that we have. This is an animation. Data is collected every hour and is made available online. So data is collected by each of the 3 radars. There are 3 radials, and these are combined to calculate the different currents. So these are the different radials collected. Now, how we disseminate the data? As of the Calypso project, we have developed the Calypso data interface, where we have a public data interface showing data for the general public and the more specific data for the professional people who are for more direct use of the data. And we have these sections in the data interface where one can view the data, can download the data on a daily basis, and can also ask to have aggregate data requests. All data requests are handled in real time. So now to search and rescue, how all this fits into search and rescue. So for search and rescue, one can say that Malta has a very large search and rescue region. It reaches up to below Greece. And for the search and rescue, the armed forces of Malta, who are responsible for the search and rescue in Malta, they use a software which needs to collect wind data and current data. The wind and current data are requested from the servers via SOAP calls, and ideally they will have hourly temporary frequency and the highest available spatial frequency. Till recently, the armed forces of Malta were using global models from NOAA, but these were very low. These were quite coarse in the Mediterranean, close to Malta. So this is how it works. So inside, the armed forces of Malta personnel enter the incident parameters, and data is requested to the server via SOAP. And as soon as data is requested, the client calculates the ideal search pattern, sort of what is shown here, to show the probabilities of where the body at sea would be. From the server side, we have implemented a server that is able to utilize the data from MyOcean. It uses the currents data from INGV and from Mercator, and it also uses the wind data from Skiron. So data is pre-processed to produce intermediate files, and then the server always waits for the SOAP calls and prepares the data upon request and sends them to the client upon request, so that the client can calculate the trajectory. So what we have till now? We have an operational server that is functional. Its data is being processed every night, and data is being made available for the AFM client software, and data is being used by AFM, and we are using those data as mentioned. Now, regarding the Calypso data, Calypso is providing currents data with very high spatial resolution on an hourly basis. And now, as regards to what we have is models, Calypso provides nowcast data, observation data. So we are in the process of upgrading our server to be able to also supply to the AFM the observation data from the Calypso, from the HF radar data. Now, one disadvantage is that the domain obviously is smaller. The domain is just the Malta Sicily channel, whereas the search and rescue area is much larger than that, and most search and rescue calls come from below Malta due to illegal immigration. However, it's better to have the Malta Sicily channel, and then eventually, if we may have other HF radars along the Malta coast, we can have better coverage. Okay, so those are the contacts for Calypso. If you allow me just one notification, we have a Masters of Science in Applied Oceanography that will start in coming October, and it is covering various aspects of oceanography, theoretical baselines, practical baselines, and also there is a week-long practical intensive training, and there is also a bit about the law and about the different applications. Okay, so your contacts are all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions from the audience? Not at this stage, and because it's time for lunch, I invite you to go for lunch, and probably there will be some questions during the lunch time. I think I have a couple of one for you. Thank you.